All right, thank you for joining in and for another assignment. Please like and subscribe. And we will start the next lobby in 5 minutes. All right, if you're just timing in, we have about 2 minutes more and we'll get the first game started. Make sure you please like and subscribe. All right, and we have 1 minute more, and let's get this party started.
Anatoly Flamenco. Wallace, get it. Above, we have already referred to the invasion.
All right, let's get it.
For Yaroslav dynasty of Georgy Genghis Khan, and then his brother Yaroslav Batu Khan, Ivan, Khalida, the issue with the Mongol, Anatoly Flamenco, Wallace, get it. Above, we have already referred to the invasion of the Tatars and the Mongols as the unification of Russia. See our analysis of the report written by the Hungarian missionary and the contemporary of the events in question. So, Malak, I showed you a picture of Black Genghis Khan, right? Let's go. So they got this Rus, and this is their depiction of a Rus, right? Michael of Charnigov passed between the fires in accordance with ancient Turco-Mongolian tradition. Batu Khan stabbed him to death for his refusal to do obeisance, to obey, to bow to Genghis Khan's shrine in the pagan ritual. Note that Genghis Khan is depicted as a black man by the Russian painter V.S. Smirnov, 1883. Very important. See that crescent moon flow on top, right? Let's go. So, he got his chalice sitting real pretty. That's his shrine. They say Batu Khan. He got his blade out, right? Stabbed a man for not bowing down. Look how proudly he's standing. He ain't bowing down, right? Now this is supposed to be a ruse, right? A ruse, huh? And we're talking about this Russian history, and you're like, what is Genghis Khan, this black man, painted by the Russian painter V.S. Smirnov in 1883? What does he have to do with Russia? Now, I mean, you know, if you walk through this particular portal, this entrance, and history now becomes your story, and you're like, whoa, the whole world is looking like me. You're researching Tartarian stuff, and they're talking about Tartary, not understanding that you're talking about so-called black people. The more they try to make some super white race of Tartaria, red-headed Tartarians, we talking red ruddy Nagas, copper-colored Nagas, and this is a family affair. It's more and more war, right? Yeah, we all in between the timelines. We're talking for the Manco, man. But before we get back there, just walk with me in this understanding, at least for the sake of surfing, you know, a wave. Maybe it's entertainment for you, right? So entertain this, man. Genghis Khan, a black man. He's a black man. But his son looks like some typical so-called Mongol, right? So-called Mongol, because the real Mongol just means great one, which we get out the same document. So just because he's a Mongol don't mean he looks like these phenotypes. It means a great one, right? So the battle and the title and the war, like Game of Thrones, is for greatness, man. Who got the most dragons on them, man? So you see how proud this Rus, R-U-S, Rus is standing. This Rus is copying your swag, my nigga. This is what a Rus looks like. And all you gotta do is look at the Rus crest. It's not hard to find. Just put in Andrew's family crest in your Google or whatever, and tell me you don't come up with a black man, right? So they want to call it a Saracen, which connects with the 1452 Babu. Doctrine of Discovery. we weighing all the singular the premises with due meditation, noting that since we had formerly by other letters of ours granted among other things free and ample faculty to the aforesaid King Alfonso to invade what? Who? To invade who? Search out who? Capture who? Vanquish who? Subdue all Saracens, right? This is a Saracen's head, God. And the Saracen is a Rus, God. R-U-S, my nigga. R-E-W-S, my nigga. This is your family crest, man, right? My nigga, right? Lost tribes of Israel. The royals. The real regals. Connected with the kings of Jerusalem. Where X marks the spot where the two cross sticks meet, right? Where the paths meet that mama's talking about. I'm standing where the paths meet at the entrance to the city, saying, boy, you must be thoughtless. If you ain't been thinking about my ways. This is wisdom talking, Proverbs chapter 8. So this is the truth of the Rus. And that painting I just showed you with Genghis, that so-called white man, there's an original painting that has him as a so-called Naga, or Negro, should I say, so-called black man. So they've one by one in these paintings, they'll change one character at a time, man. And yet we're still talking Rus. We're still talking Saracen, code word, because they want to subdue all Saracens. They ain't never retracted on this commitment to subdue you, man. They want to subdue all Saracens.
Body bag. Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
They want to subdue Israel, but then you say, who wants to subdue Israel? Who wants to subdue all these Saracens? It's the same ones that's confederate against you, right? It's back to Psalms 83, right? I mean, we can keep going round and round, but it has to make sense. This story, you got to tap into this story, man. It's the greatest story that's never fully been told, but it has to unfold out that ruach of the time folk. You know what I'm saying? When we're just talking covenant, chosen, sworn unto David, we're talking seed, established, built up to all generations. So we talk David, we're talking covenant that the Most High has with the seed of Israel to all generations. That means that although they want to invade you, search you out, capture you, vanquish you, and subdue all Saracens and who they want to call pagans, when we call them heathen, they call us pagans, huh? Okay. But we call them heathen, right? Subdue all pagans and Negroes, but not just any Negro. No. Remember, these Rus are being attacked. And Batu is the son of Genghis, and how come he ain't black? How come he ain't black? Because Genghis surely is black.
Body
I mean,
bag.
that's weird.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
Genghis Khan, and then his brother, so I keep saying son, Shalak. This particular document is calling Batu Khan Genghis his brother, so that means this picture is supposed to be the brother of this black man. How come he ain't black? Like I said, there's an original painting that all these people are swarthy nuggies, man. How you gonna have a black man on the shrine and then his brother is supposed to be stabbing this Roos, and the truth is that the Roos is you, curly head, swarthy Sarah's son. Sons of Sarah must be the Sarah's sons, huh? Uh-oh. They keep saying Arab, but are we talking Arab proper, boss? Arab proper, because remember, man, I mean, y'all remember this stuff. It's not hard to find. Out the encyclopedia. Yeah, let's go here. Encyclopedia Britannica. Let's put in Choctaw. They give me all these other Choctaw looks. Let me get the link that we got on Choctaw. There we go. Jewish Encyclopedia. I was in Britannica. Choctaw, youngest son of Abram, right? And, this talking about the Arab flow quickly. You know what I mean? Go get the drop that we did. 2, 3, 4 hour long, 5 hour long drops on all these things, you know what I'm saying? Individually, we're just putting it all together, man. We're popping off. So, it says Choctaw in Arabic, all right? So this is the son of Eber, right? The son of Eberu. Eber is Quaver, right? Kever, Eber. Younger son of Eber. They call him progenitor of the 13 Arabic tribes, right? They were just calling the Saracen and Arab, right? And, so we're talking Arab, right? And we got Sheba coming out of this Ophir, right? Christopher, the Christ of Ophir. Christ means anointed of Ophir. Who's the Khan of Ophir? But they now hijacked it with Christopher. Right? Christopher Columbus is now. Christ of Ophir. Avila, all these are cities of gold. But we're talking Arabia. So Choctaw in Arabic literature means the name Qatar. Now how this connects with the Kara Qatar? How does the Qatar connect with the Katas and the Kara, like Karata, Karata? Do Katas? We're talking the Qatar and the Choctaw, as we know there's no J in English, you know what I mean? It's the Qatar or the Yucatan, right? And the Yucatan is connected with the Moshe, Mexico. And Meshi, obviously, you know what I'm saying? So you got the Meshi flow, you got the Eber, you got the Yucatan flow, Choctaw, Kata flow, the Kata flow, Karati. Alright. In accordance with this statement, Arab genealogists hold Katan to be the first king of Yemen. So that this whole Yemen flow is coming out of the Eber flow. These are not tribes of Ishmael. These are not tribes of Moab. This is not Noble Drew Ali and them tribes. Nah, man. You're talking about the original Eber, son of Eber, Yoktan, Katan, and his son, Yarub, the first person who spoke Arabic. So as an Eberu, as a son of Eber, that's an Arab proper. Let's read about it. This is because the legendary form of the tradition that Katan was the progenitor of the southern Arabs, or Arab proper. There's a difference. While the Ishmaelite Arabs were originally of non-Arab stock, So although, many other Moorish, nations, would try and can try and do try to, trace themselves all the way back into the Hebrew flow, there's still a demarcation line between an Arab proper and a what? Pretending to be Arabs. Now, you just think Arab is like some ethnicity thing. You're not an Arab if you're not a rabbi, a Rav. A Rav in Hebrew, you're talking about a lawgiver, a shepherd, man. Now, who's the original shepherds? If you're talking Hebrew, then you're talking about a connection to the Most High, directly, right? You're going back to the actual lineage that's being, protected and nourished and promised a remnant, you know what I'm saying? Then they try to out-Arab-by us, and now they are Arab, you know what I mean? But the Arab connects to the proper Yucatan Meshi Moshe flow.
Mexico.
Okay. They adopted Arab customs and intermarried with genuine Arabs. So as we get back in this Genghis Khan flow, that's exactly what Genghis did. Hijacked the Preston, sons of David, daughters. They took the daughters and they intermarried with them. Took the wives, intermarried with them. So now they had an Arab proper connection by marriage. Now they can say this is our land too. That marriage connected in with the land rights, man. Do you see the gang? They didn't love these beautiful sisters. They wanted to be tied into the land through the mother, which is why the Jewish community to this day goes through the mother. Because the mother, going along the Genghis Khan flow, the mother is going to connect you to Arab proper land, man. Land rights, birthrights, inheritance that they're now intermarried with through the mother. Because they can't hijack the seed. All they can do is kill the seed. Kill the seed, right? Kill the seed. Enslave the seed. Enslave the who? Sarah's sons, who are the Arab proper. Not the so-called Arab today, improper or pretending to be Arab. Why? Because they're not a rabbi. They're not a Rav. To be a Rav means you are connected with the code and the sanctuary of the Creator. You're not going off into no idolatry, man. You're code keepers. You're not following no other prophets outside of Israel. That's why I say these are not noble Drew Ali's people, because that's their prophet. Israel don't need a prophet outside of Israel. Israel never had to follow prophets outside of the house of Israel. What are you talking about? We have one shepherd forever. Along the way, we got Hamashiachs, we got priest Khans, we got priest queens, man. Hey, out to Lady Miriam, man. We'll talk some more about the Anna flow, Lady Hannah flow, Queen Tamara flow. Indeed, we understand the need for the balance of, saying queens and kings over here. It's not one thing. It's a connection. It has to come together. That's why we keep getting Proverbs chapter 8, because it's the clearest message from Mama you gonna get, man. Power is mine. Understanding is mine. These are my ways, Mama's saying. So please understand. We understand, how the Aquas are extremely important to the balance in our tribe, in our kingdom, And, without a proper balance, man, they got us divided and conquered, man. So the men can't boast themselves over the Aquas, and the Aquas can't boast themselves over the ox. It has to come together, Sheba and Solomon have to come together, David and Bathsheba have to come together to form Solomon. And we'll get back in that with the Uriel flow, because we have a whole other take on it when you recon the Queen Tamar flow and the Uriel connected to that. But let's go. Yeah, there's two Uriels, man. But who's pretending to be a rabbi, right? And who's a proper heir, a proper Arab? And who is Katan, right? So when they put Arab on a Naga, put Arab on it now, God. Saracen was used in the early centuries of the Roman or Remani, who got the drop. Rimmon means pomegranate in Hebrew. Rimmon, R-I-M-O-N. The pomegranate connects you to the promised land, like Joshua and Caleb had to show the pomegranates that they were in the promised land to get the pomegranates, right? Bring them back to Moshe. The pomegranates, even a pomegranate on the tassel of the fringes and the garments, it was important, man. So the pomegranate is important. The Rimmon is important. They turned it into Roman. That just connects you to the promised land, or Kalalus. So these Rimmon promised land pomegranate nagis that they're describing as a rabbi tribe, or a what? Of course, Arab proper. Catan, Yucatan, is the first king of Yemen. Why is Yemen important? Why is Yemen important? Oh yeah, you might have forgot. Man. Oh yeah, okay. Let me get back over here. I got so many windows up. I'm like, hold on, man. Why is Yemen important, man? Because America's been at war 222 out of 239 years, right? And after they're popping off the Chickamauga Wars, back to the Genghis Khan flow, it's more and more, right? So this is black on black. If you don't get it by now, I would say we ain't black. But, you know, just to speak their language, so you get the coloration, it's black people on black people, right? Okay. Now, these so-called blacks, they don't call themselves blacks. They're being called Saracens. They're being called Arabis, Arab tribe, right? But now, Saracen is commonly applied to the Mediterranean pirates, who are a group of nomadic Arab, which means it's Arab improper, right? Now you're talking about Arab pretending. Now you're talking about pretending. I'm talking proper. They talking pretending. You see the difference, man? That's who you would call a muster rat, man. Because you're adopting the rabbi Israelite customs into marrying with our women, Genghis. You're a musty rat, man. You're a musty ass rat. Not a real, you're a musty rat, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, Ishmael. Come on, Ishmael. I know you sons of Abraham. I mean, at least you are connected to Abraham. Moab, you know, they're not sons of Abraham, they're sons of Lot, right? And Abraham's taking care of Lot, but he wanted a bigger Lot, right? And Moab comes out of that situation, right? We know about that. Ammon and them. But they're not seeds of Abraham, they are seeds of Lot, God. Ishmael are actually seeds of Abraham, God. And they're still pretending, which tells you what? It's not just that you can connect yourself to Abraham more. You connecting yourself to Abraham don't make you more. You're still pretending to be a rabbi, to follow a code that you're pretending to connect with the code of the Creator. You're connected with your own diversion of the code of the Creator. You're lifting up Ishmael as this chosen tribe and all this stuff, when Isaac got the Baruch, Isaac got the blessing. But the covenant is in you, man, nah. We gotta boast ourselves above I said, we gotta pretend to be a rabbi. We'll have a code too. Even Genghis had a code. Having a code don't make you not pretending. Your code itself is a pretending code. Because you're not going off the original code. The original Baruch. The original tribes that are in order. Kings of the earth. Queens of the earth. Royalty of the earth. You turn them into... Turn us into captives, man. Saracens. We are Israel. And it's clear that there's a bunch of melanated tribes outside of Israel that are pretending, that are confederate against you, confederate against me, that want to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, subdue all Saracens, wink, wink, Israelites. Because our own people are invading us. Shit, man. Our own people been behind this, man. This is who's invading the Preston. Now they want to call this pretender a true Rus. He's a Rus. He's a Rus, huh? Is that right? Is that right? I think we see clearly. That Rus is being slaughtered because he's an enemy of their anointing. They came to America, slaughtered the Indians and Indians, period, because they considered us enemies, savages, right? Enemies of their anointing. Christ is just a generic Greek word. Stop connecting it to one man. Somebody left a comment that said they got a lot of evidence that Genghis Khan is their Christ. I said, whoa. Now we're talking Esteban the Moor, Estebanico, right? Phantoms and duplication. Enemies of the Christ wherever placed in the kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities. So you have a kingdom, right? You had a king. You have a family crest that represents a whole kingdom. Maz rocking with you. Wisdom is the conqueror of all fortune, man. Your founding Cathay, they call it Cadmus. And Cathay, Katai, it's just Catan. You know, back to titles. Cadmus is Cathay, is Katai, is Catan. So they find you in Cadmus, they're finding you in Joktan, they're finding you in the Yucatan, they're finding you in Mexico, they're finding you in Indian Superior as a proper, not a pretending rabbi, an Arab proper. So they call you Arab, right? They call you Saracen. I call you Israel. I call you Rus. They say this is a Rus. I say that ain't the truth. It's iconoclasm. Iconoclasm. What does it mean to iconoclast? Oh rejection, destruction of religious images is heretical. The doctrine of iconoclasts, the action of attacking or assertively rejecting cherished beliefs. And they do that, Shalak, they do that through changing of images. They can iconoclast and repaint your images. They have now attacked your images, right? Prester John, the last noble image before he was rejected, destroyed. The image now changed to another image of this black brute, savage. What happened to your regal? What happened to your royal? Who's Prester John? We're gonna get back in Lost Tribes and Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders, but this he calls your last noble image. Not to be worshipped, but for you to remember what you look like, your beautiful garments, the crown on your head, your kingdom, right? Your kingdom. If you got a crown, you got a kingdom. Iconoclast. A destroyer of images used in religious worship. Why destroy the images? So that they can give you a new picture. But their ass is busted out if this is who they worship, man. Come on, man. Copper colored man. So his family's also gotta look like him. That don't mean they're on our side. That means we see what happened, that this black man went to war directly against Prester John to get the crown because he had a kingdom, old Prester. And that kingdom, wheresoever place, man, they went to vanquish, capture, and subdue all Saracens. Who are the Russians? Because all that is connected. Asia here, Asia there. We got the Antioch, you know what I'm saying? Antioch Strait of Antioch connecting. You know, Sarah Palin said you can see Russia from Alaska. All this is connected. So Russia, as big and vast as Russia is, right? When I talk Russian, man, I need you to understand this ain't no white heaven when I talk Russian. If I say Russia map, right? And they give us a bunch of pictures of Russia on the map, right? I need you to understand how big this territory is. See if I can find a simple breakdown here. I just need you to focus right quick, man. You got Belarus, Ukraine, this is all the whole war, right? Look how small Ukraine is. It's like all of America is going to war against Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how big Russia is, right? So you can't give this to no white people, man. You can't give this to no Caucasians. Caucasus this, all this is nigga talk. Caucasus is nigga talk. Khazarian, Khazar, you can't even call them Khazars. Because the original Khazaria goes back to the Mosak, the founder, Moshe. All this connects back to Moshe and the Hebrews. You can't give them nothing. You can't give these people no land, man. I'm telling you, man, that's the secret. You get that out your head, bone. That these other people got any land anywhere. That doesn't exist. That's not true. Right? All of Russia looks like you, which is why you the Rus. I'm saying? Whatever your family is falling under these titles, right? It's not just one family that is all this land going to one exact family. No, I'm saying we all fall under this Rus title in conjunction with Israel. You know what I'm saying? This is all land connected with the three Indias, alright? Then they put China here. We know the real China's over in America, man. We got maps that say the Khan of China's right here, man. We got India Superior over here. We got British Museum maps in the 1500s. Got Prester John right in the middle, dead doggone smack in North America, right? It says Prester John, right? We've seen it a million times. We out of here. So we're talking three Indias. We're talking the Rus land, so you can see how big it is, right? We're talking the Rus. So this jabroni right here can't claim to be a no Rus, man. This ain't what Russia is looking like. This ain't what Rusland is looking like. Kiev, Rus is looking like. Belarus is looking like. That ain't the truth. This is what the Rus is looking like. This is what the Rus is looking like. Prester John, Emperor of the Three Indias, man. Saracen head. They want to subdue all Saracen. Vanquish their kingdoms. So you got a kingdom, right? Dukedoms, principalities, dominions, right? They want to do treaties for your domain. Kalelus, possessions, take your things, all your movable things, all your immovable things, and reduce you to forever captivity. Perpetual slavery, boss. I don't think Preston trying to hear this forever talk, you know. We get beaten out of cold. We get Hosea 3 going a long time without a king. We get punishment. That forever talk, though, that don't vibe too well with the Preston. Not when you got one shepherd. Covenant with David, priest, king. They want to replace him with JC, right? Arab pretender or a rabbi proper, right? They want to reduce the Arab proper, the Sarah's sons of Sarah, sons of Abraham, to perpetual slavery. And apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, right? And who's that? Well, again, starts right here with Genghis. So we get back in this flamenco Genghis flow, get back into the serpent of wisdom flow, keep talking dragons, see how we connect things, right? Because it gets pretty amazing by the time you get to where we at in the investigation. We're talking real simple, boss. Things start to fall into place. We just gotta keep reading. At this point, my naga, we just gonna keep reading. I ain't trying to tell you something. I ain't trying to teach you nothing. I just want to read along with you, and I want to surf the wave. Genghis, Preston. Say Genghis was like the little homie of Preston, you know. Preston and Genghis' dad used to fight in war side by side. Preston protected Genghis for a long time, but one day Genghis wanted the crown, he wanted the throne, he wanted to be the Khan. And that's where it all goes left. That's where all went left for Genghis. I mean, he got the Khan for a minute and transferred the Khan to his descendants, and this is where it starts. Now descendants of this black man, right? Call them the Boule, right? Just call them the Boule. Say that they might be the ones behind the scenes pulling strings. It's possible. They might be the ones behind the scenes pulling strings, because they convinced us that Genghis look, like these jabronis down here now. That's supposed to be his bro, right? Nah, man. We ain't gonna talk no forever perpetual slavery on the Prester and the seeds of Prester and the seeds of Kondawi. You're not going to apply appropriate to yourself and your descendants, your successors, your descendants, because not only did they do it in real time with the Genghis hijack, they did it in real time on paper, not just with the Papal Bull 1452. And shout out to Bro Lex for that, man, for real, for real. Great regard.
Shout out to Khan.
We're talking descendants and we're talking America.
Khan.
Ka means priest in Hebrew. Air proper. Hebrew. Let's go. Copper color races. Found here, boss. Found here, not brought here, boss. Found here, 1828, let you know. But now applied to the successors, descendants of Europeans born in America, boss. And who's the first European emperor of the Inca? Right, back to old Charlesy boy. See how we got back to Charles? See how we got back to old Charles? Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. Yeah. So what does Holy Roman Emperor Charles V have to do with Genghis Khan, right? Great question. Yeah. Charles V is not. And the real Charles was a typical pale, dramatic Habsburger with a long, prognatic jaw. Like that's what they want to iconoclast, right? Change the image. Well, who does that benefit? I mean, now they can hide in their tents, change the images, and now there's a new looking Genghis Khan. Now there's a new looking Charles. Everybody's been iconoclasted. So we got to go back in time and find the images. Before they got the Genghis, they got to the Rus, they got the Batu, they got to all these jabronis around them. But Genghis Khan is still depicted as a black man in 1883. Let that sink in. Charles has a lot to do with Genghis Khan. Could be Genghis Khan if we're just talking Kang, Khan, or Kang. Now we gotta talk timelines. Now we gotta talk time travel. Things that make you go, He's going, We're going, He's sitting in his time travel seat. That means he can go back to the 1200s, pop off a war with Preston, right? Just like in Marvel, he's propping up a war against Preston John. That means he can go 300 years in the future, be Charles V, my nugget, pop that off. He could be Nebuchadnezzar, kidnapping Daniel and the sons of Judah and them, but still paying his respects, you know what I'm saying, by raising Daniel a little bit. And even though he took the kingdom, he's still trying to be nice to some of the tribe of Israel, right? He's not trying to be a complete evil monster, but he definitely wanted the throne. He wanted the seat. This fool could time travel. He can go pop off war against the Crusade in the 1800s, right? I mean, we're just talking Marvel, but that's for stretching our mind bones, Go get President 114. We did a nice wake-up stretch. I love the veteran eye. King has a lot to do with Charles V. He looked just like him. King got a lot to do with Charles E. Boy. I can't make this up. He's time traveling, boss. I'm gonna get there. We're gonna talk quantum. We out of here. I told y'all. Just understand that this was their decree. This is their battle decree to vanquish. To invade. Where are they invading? Everywhere. Everywhere you are. But they did it strategically. Bit by bit. Piece by piece. Our last stand. Back to this Yemen flow. That's we're talking Joktan and Yemen, but our last stand was right here. This was our last stand. With the Chickamauga Cherokee that didn't make no deals, didn't make no treaties. This is who's rocking with Dragon Canoe. For real, for real. Dragon Canoe ain't making no deals, man. Their name wasn't really Chickamauga. They just connected them to a river of death because of the slaughter. Because they were being invaded, searched out, captured, right? Kingdom, dominion stolen, perpetual slavery. This is who went head up against the last major invasion. This is Israel, Manat. I'm telling you to your face, Bo. This is Hasherah. This is Jacob. Refers to a group that's separated from a greater body of the Cherokee. Now, the greater body of Cherokee is like me saying the Hebrews. Very general. Because all these tribes could try to connect to Hebrew or Abraham one way or the other. And now they're a part of the Hebrews, and now you got the Moors talking about that they're Hebrews too, right? Nah, stop it, man. Y'all playing games, man. I'm talking tribal. When I talk Chickamauga Cherokee, I don't hear y'all saying y'all the Chickamauga. Why? Because the Chickamauga is separated from the greater body. Now we know we break down Cherokee to the Kara, Ka, Ki, Ka, Kara, Ka, Kara, Kata, Kata, back to the Joktan, Yucatan. You can go there. Karo, Kara, Ka. I can't make this up. It's right in our face. It's all coming together, boss. So understand they separated the followers of, the majority of the Cherokee people wish to make treaties of peace and friendship, right? Peace with the so-called American invaders near the end of 1776. And by the time you get to 1778, you got the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the invader. Nah, boss, the Chickamauga wasn't making no deals. They separated from them turncoat jabronis that didn't want to fight for the land. They wanted to make deals and treaty, and they'll do it on the blood of their own people. That's the more and more war. Before they wake you up and call you black and say, hey, bro, Islam, brother. Nah, man. The Chickamauga weren't rocking with Islam. They were rocking with the code creator. They're Arab proper, not Arab pretender. They kept the code of Exodus 20, my nugget. They rocking with Moshe. They're rocking with Joshua. Sons of Jacob, daughters of Habakkuk. Then you make treaties on their head. Without your treaties, we would be straight. With your treaties, they ended up dead because they fought to the death. So they named them after the river of death. The followers of Skiagusta, Red Chief, Dragging Canoe or Dragon Canoe, moved with him in the winter 1776 to 1777 down the Tennessee or Tunisia River abode, away from the historic Overhill, Caraca towns. Relocated in a more isolated area, they established 11 new towns in order to gain distance from colonists, from the invaders trying to vanquish, subjugate the Saracens. So whoever's behind the Papal Bull must look like us too, because they sure did make treaties with them. Genghis his people. The frontier Americans associated Dragon Canoe with his band, tribe, with their new town on the Chickamauga Creek. That's what they named him after, which means River of Death. 5 years later, the Chickamauga moved further west and southwest into present-day Alabama.
All right, for the ones that been tuning in, just let's give it 2 minutes here. Do appreciate y'all. And ones for that just tuning in, guess what? Let's give it 2 more minutes and we'll show you some good action here. All right, and we got about 2 minutes more. I do thank y'all for y'all patience. It's getting everything in the works. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, let's get it started. Let's go. Let's get it. Thank y'all for y'all patience.
You know what I'm saying? This is all land connected with the three Indias, Manak. Alright? They put China here. We know the real China's over in America, man.
That's right.
We got maps that say the Khan of China's right here, man. We got India Superior over here. We got British Museum maps in the 1500s. Got Prester John right in the middle, dead doggone smack in North America, right? It says Prester John, right? We've seen it a million times. We out of here. So we're talking three Indias. We're talking the Rus land, so you can see how big it is, right? We're talking the Rus. So this jabroni right here can't claim to be a no Rus, man. This ain't what Russia is looking like. This ain't what Rusland is looking like. Kiev, Rus is looking like. Belarus is looking like. That ain't the truth. This is what the Rus is looking like. This is what the Rus is looking like. Prester John, Emperor of the Three Indies, man. Saracen head. They want to subdue all Saracen. Vanquish their kingdoms. So you got a kingdom, right? Dukedoms, principalities, dominions, right? They want to do treaties for your domain. Kalelus, possessions, take your things, all your movable things, all your immovable things, and reduce you to forever captivity. Perpetual slavery, boss. I don't think Preston trying to hear this forever talk, you know. We get being out of cold, we get Hosea 3 going a long time without a king. We get punishment. That forever talk though, that don't vibe too well with the Preston. Not when you got one shepherd. Covenant with David, the priest king. They want to replace him with JC, right? Arab pretender or a rabbi proper, right? They want to reduce the Arab proper, the Sarah's sons of Sarah, sons of Abraham, to perpetual slavery. And apply and appropriate to himself and his successors, the kingdoms, right? And who's that? Well, again, starts right here with Genghis. So we get back in this flamenco Genghis flow, get back into the serpent of wisdom flow, keep talking dragons, see how we connect things, right? Because it gets pretty amazing by the time you get to where we at in the investigation. We're talking real simple, boss. Things start to fall into place. We just gotta keep reading. At this point, my nigga, we just gonna keep reading. I ain't trying to tell you something. I ain't trying to teach you nothing. I just want to read along with you, and I want to surf the wave. Genghis, Preston. Say Genghis was like the little homie of Preston, you know. Preston and Genghis' dad used to fight in war side by side. Preston protected Genghis for a long time, but one day Genghis wanted the crown, he wanted the throne, he wanted to be the Khan. And that's where it all goes left. That's where it all went left for Genghis. I mean, he got the Khan for a minute and transferred the Khan to his descendants, and this is where it starts. So these other black people who are now descendants of this black man, right? Call them the Boule, right? Just call them the Boule. Say that they might be the ones behind the scenes pulling strings. It's possible. They might be the ones behind the scenes pulling strings, because they convinced us that Genghis look, like these jabronis down here now, right? That's supposed to be his bro, right? Nah, man. We ain't gonna talk no forever perpetual slavery on the Preston, the seeds of Preston, the seeds of Kondawi. You're not going to apply appropriate to yourself and your descendants, your successors, your descendants, because not only did they do it in real time with the Genghis hijack, they did it in real time on paper, not just with the Papal Bull 1452. And shout out to Bro Lex for that, man, for real, for real. Great regard. We're talking descendants and we're talking America. Ka? Ka means priest in Hebrew. Air proper. Hebrew. Let's go. Copper color races. Found here, boss. Found here, not brought here, boss. Found here. 1828 let you know. But now applied to the successors, descendants of Europeans born in America, boss. And who's the first European emperor of the Inca? Right, back to old Charlesy boy. See how we got back to Charles? See how we got back to old Charles? Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. Yeah. So what does Holy Roman Emperor Charles V have to do with Genghis Khan, right? Great question. Yeah. Charles V is not. And the real Charles was a typical pale, dramatic Habsburger with a long, prognatic jaw. Like that's what they want to iconoclast, right? Change the image. Well, who does that benefit? I mean, now they can hide in their tents, change the images, and now there's a new looking Genghis Khan. Now there's a new looking Charles. Everybody's been iconoclasted. So we got to go back in time and find the images. Before they got to Genghis, they got to the Rus, they got to Batu, they got to all these jabronis around them. But Genghis Khan is still depicted as a black man in 1883. Let that sink in. Charles has a lot to do with Genghis Khan. Could be Genghis Khan if we're just talking Kang, Khan, or Kang. Now we gotta talk timelines. Now we gotta talk time travel. The thing that make you go, He's going, We're going, He's sitting in his time travel seat. That means he can go back to the 1200s, pop off a war with Preston, right? Just like in Marvel, he's propping up a war against Preston John. That means he can go through years in the future, be Charles V, my nugget. Pop that off. He could be Nebuchadnezzar, kidnapping Daniel and the sons of Judah and them, but still paying his respects, you know what I'm saying, by raising Daniel a little bit. And even though he took the kingdom, he's still trying to be nice to some of the tribe of Israel, right? He's not trying to be a complete evil monster, but he definitely wanted the throne. He wanted to see his fool could time travel. He can go pop off war against the Crusade in the 1800s, right? I mean, we're just talking Marvel, but that's for stretching our mind bones, you know. Go get Preston 114. We did a nice wake up. Yeah, King has a lot to do with Charles V. He looked just like him. King got a lot to do with Charles boy. I can't make this up. He's time traveling, boss. I'm gonna get there. We're gonna talk quantum. We out of here. I told y'all. Just understand that this was their decree. This is their battle decree to vanquish. To invade. Where are they invading? Everywhere. Everywhere you are. But they did it strategically. Bit by bit. Piece by piece. Our last stand. Back to this Yemen flow. As we're talking Joktan and Yemen, but our last stand was right here. This was our last stand. With the Chickamauga Cherokee that didn't make no deals, didn't make no treaties. This is who's rocking with Dragon Canoe. For real, for real. Dragon Canoe ain't making no deals, man. Their name wasn't really Chickamauga. They just connected them to a river of death because of the slaughter. Because they were being invaded, searched out, captured, right? Kingdom, dominion stolen, perpetual slavery. This is who went head up against the last major invasion. This is Israel, Manat. I'm telling you to your face, bone. This is Hasherah. This is Jacob. Refers to a group that's separated from a greater body of the Cherokee. Now, the greater body of Cherokee is like me saying the Hebrews. Very general. Because all these tribes could try to connect to Eber or Abraham one way or the other. And now they're a part of the Hebrews, and now you got the Moors talking about that they're Hebrews too, right? Nah, stop it, man. Y'all playing games, man. I'm talking tribal.
Chickamauga.
When I talk Chickamauga Cherokee, I don't hear y'all saying y'all the Chickamauga. Why? Because the Chickamauga is separated from the greater body.
Body bag.
Now we know we break down Cherokee to the Kara, Ka, Ki, Ka, Kara, Ka, Kara, Kata, Kata, back to the Joktan, Yucatan. You can go there. Carl, Kara, Ka. I can't make this up. It's right in our face. It's all coming together, boss. So understand they separated the followers of, the majority of the Cherokee people wish to make treaties of peace and friendship, right? Peace with the so-called American invaders near the end of 1776. And by the time you get to 1778, you got the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the invader. Nah, boss, the Chickamauga wasn't making no deals. They separated from them turncoat jabronis that didn't want to fight for the land. They wanted to make deals and treaty, and they'll do it on the blood of their own people. That's the more and more war. Before they wake you up and call you black and say, hey, bro, Islam, brother. Nah, man. The Chickamauga weren't rocking with Islam. They were rocking with the code creator. They're Arab proper, not Arab pretender. They kept the code of Exodus 20, Managi. They rocking with Moshe. They rocking with Joshua. Sons of Jacob, daughters of Hawakwar. Then you make treaties on their head. Without your treaties, we would be straight. With your treaties, they ended up dead because they fought to the death. So they named them after the river of death. The followers of Skiagusta, Red Chief, Dragon Canoe or Dragon Canoe, moved with him in the winter 1776 to 1777 down the Tennessee or Tunisia River abode, away from their historic overhill Karaka towns. Relocated in a more isolated area, they established 11 new towns in order to gain distance from colonists, from the invaders trying to vanquish, subjugate the Saracens. So whoever's behind the Papa Bull must look like us too, because they sure did make treaties with him. Genghis his people. The frontier Americans associated Dragon Canoe with his band, tribe, with their new town on the Chickamauga Creek. That's what they named him after, which means River of Death. 5 years later, the Chickamauga moved further west and southwest into present-day Alabama. Now, just like you have that town, the Roost town, we're talking Israel here, follow the town, right? Yeah, okay. Follow the town. Is there a difference between these towns when you understand that the Chickamauga, making their last stand, represented the tau, which is the last letter of the Hebrew, which means the mark, the sign, the signal. Back to that brazen bronze serpent thing, you know what I mean? Put a snake on a pole or put a dragon on the signal. What's the signal? Where the paths meet. Tell the dragon go over there, stand where the paths meet. Put him on the towel, not a pole, not a cross with Christian cross with JC on it. The towel where the paths meet, where the energy meets, right? Like the ley lines, like the dragon lines, boss. Like the dragon lines, right? Put the dragon on the dragon lines is what numbers 21 should be read, right? Put a snake on a pole? Nah. Put the copper dragon on the dragon lines where the paths meet, the signal, the mark, the sign, the signal is the tau. You follow the tau? Well, you follow the Chickamauga. You follow the roots. These Chickamauga settled in what? Alabama? All right, AL. AL is like the L, the all, the L. Abba, Ma. Ooh, Al, Abba, Ma. That's Hebrew, Khan. I can't make that up. Al, Abba, Ma. Ma's that mem sauce. Hey, beautiful thing. Established 5 larger settlements.
See, I like to subscribe.
They were then more commonly known as the Lower Cherokee. This term was closely associated with the people of the 5 lower towns, and we can get more into it like we've been more into it, researching these towns, researching these trails, right? This is where it's all happening, man. This is the last stand of the knot. But because these turncoat knockers was making treaties on the Headbone, the Dragon Canoe, the Tecumseh, culminating in this 1811 Tecumseh War, Takum, Kum is to rise in Hebrew. Come on, man. Tau, Ta. The Tau is the Tet, the Ta. The Kum, the Se, the Sa. Some would say the Sa is the Lamb. I've heard that before. Lamb. The rising of the Lamb, on the signal. Sounds like sounds like where they phantomed and duplicated this rising of their Lamb in Christianity on the town. But we're just talking dragon, because Tecumseh also means shooting star. War of 1812, and it kept going. All this was residual wars based on that war. When were you a slave again? Because last time that I checked, you the copper-colored races found here, right? Did they bring you over? No, they found you here. Found you here. Now apply to descendants. Descendants is very similar to successors, boss. And apply and appropriate to him and himself, his successors, his descendants. Same damn thing. They're coming after the Khan. They're coming after Saracens. They're coming after Israel. They're coming after the Khan. They're coming after Saracens. They're coming after Israel. Coming after you. Successor or descendants of the hijack. Now, I'll take the title of the Khan. Successors can now take your kingdoms, man. The kingdom of the Khan. Wong Khan, Prester John. So they can take all of Prester's things, movable and immovable, my naga. All the gold mines, all the copper mines. Remember how deep these copper mines? We got a lot of copper drop before, right? And I'm gonna get some copper drop, amazing copper drop. We just shared on the IG, on all the platforms you drop it, and we do our best to share it. And it takes all of us, man. One drop is just one drop, but all these drops equal a wave, my naga. Now we surfing the wave, my naga. We got that water. We got that water. Drop Nation got. So their successors, these descendants, now get your kingdom, dukedom, counties, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and they get to convert them to his or her and their use and profit. Here we go. It's not just about the profit, it's really about spiritually disconnecting you, right? Psalm 83. The profit is a bonus, but they could print money, But them papers will never really have value unless we agree to that value system. But with that copper they keep mining, that's profit, right? And you, Manaka, you the real lick, because that melanin is worth over, 400 $8 a gram, man. Oh yeah, you're worth more than gold. Please remember that. Perpetual slavery means they can just murder us and then profit off our straw man, right? All that UCC filing, right? They can now tap into that account and make more money off us dead than alive. Perpetual slavery. Take that money, invest it in further infrastructure to keep us in captivity, right? Perpetual slavery. Psalm 83. Did you forget? Did we forget? Keep not your silence, hold not your peace, be not still, Hawa, for your enemies are in an uproar. Did we forget? They want to put us in perpetual slavery, Saracens. Our enemies are in an uproar. And they that hate you have lifted up the head. Genghis can't love you too much. He's lifted up his head. Oh, Charlesy boy can't love you too much, Hawa. Oh, look at his high, lofty, haughty-eyed Charles. Look at him lifting up his head. Yeah, those that hate us have lifted up their haughty eye head, right? We're seeing how history really is being clearly described in these recent invasions, whether we're talking Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, or we're talking about Genghis Khan invading the Khan Prestigion. They have lifted up their head. They hold crafty converse, man. They got their Geneva Conventions, man. They in Switzerland, they underwater. They in the sky, they having crafty conversations against your people. Now you're the Saracens. Now you're just Arab tribes. You forgot you're the proper ones, the real rabbi, right? The real Rob, the real Roos. I saw that. I thought it was the word robber. Robbery, right? Robber. And how, it breaks down, to the Rob. And the Rob, R-O-B, is like the R-A-B. Just like with con, they turn it into pros and cons, where the con is now negative in English. Now the rob is now some negative thing in English. A robbery. Because this is what they've done to you and me. They've robbed us, right? They robbed us, right? Who's the robber? Last time that I checked, they have taken all movable and immovable goods, man, and applied them to their own descendants. They've even robbed us of our title of Amaru Khan. And they just found us here, folks, in the land of the Prester. And they robbed him. And they're mining and mining and mining all our resources, continuing to rob us. They rob us of our lives, our knowledge of self, our images with iconoclasm. Robbed is the rob, is the Arab, A-Rob proper. Khan. They robbed all these niggas. Cherokee, Seminole, Creek, all the Nagas. Rob the Nagas in the Philippines. All these banana wars are Naga wars, no major war. Tell that to the Nagas getting killed. Then they suddenly got World War II. Where's World War I, boss? I'm sorry, I just see Indian wars. Where's World War I? Is this World War I? Is this what they taught us? No. They didn't tell us World War I was them invading our families, mutilating and putting genocide, ruthless thievery, and murder on our people, torture. That's World War I. So what's World War II? It gotta be the same damn mission statement. Because they're invading Mexico and Hawaii. They're invading the last black kings of Hawaii in them, right? Okay. Queens of Hawaii. Philippines. Now we're in World War II. They're talking Cold War. And now they're talking Russia when they was talking Cold War. And the Russia, yeah. It's all this territory that originally belonged to you. But not no more, Sarah said. They've taken all your goods. Movable and immovable, they're taking your possessions. They're robbing, right? Rabbi, rob. Your dominions, principalities, dukedoms, kingdoms, plural. They call you enemies, enemies of their anointed. They call you Saracens that they're invading and capturing and vanquishing, right? Robbing, right? Wow. An Arab. This is the legendary form of the tradition that Catan was the progenitor of the southern tribes, or Arab proper, while Ishmaelite Arabs were originally of non-Arab stock. They were not rabbis, man. They were not of this righteous seeds, you know what I'm saying, that was being taught the code and raised up in the code. They were the surrounding families that were jealous of the ones that were rocking directly with the Creator. Jealous that they didn't have the blessing of the Creator. Got their own gods, fashioned their own gods, tapped into other energies and mysteries and yada yadas, you know what I'm saying? Fallen energies, tapped into that. They became musty. They started to stank, man. They became mustarabs, man. Robbing, right? Robbing. Arab genealogists hold Catan to be the first king of Yemen, right? Yemen. So we got on the Afghan, right? And now Afghan, we're talking about Jeremiah, right? Afghan, we're talking Jeremiah. Saul, the Benjamite. King Saul has a son, Jeremiah, who has a son, Afghan. These are Benjamites. Before you're talking about an Arab that doesn't look like you, you're talking about the seed of Benjamin, the tribes of Benjamin that look just like you. These are Arab propers, the original Afghans. Yemen, right? Who's the original king of Yemen? They're bombing in Iraq. They're doing all this stuff, war in Afghan. They're still at war with the tribes of Israel. They're just under these titles that we're not understanding. Yemen, Afghan, right? Yemen. And the same would be going for all these. We're just focusing on Yemen. Why Yemen? Why Yemen? Who would connect the fact that Yemen, first king of Yemen, is Katan is Joktan, who is the youngest son of Eberu, and these 13 Arab tribes coming out of Eber are not pretenders like the Ishmaelites, who are of non-Arab stock. We're talking Arab proper. We're talking Arab proper. So the Arab propers, which are the power, powerful tribes, the tribes in power in order, popping off the original Arabs, popping off the original Yemen, popping off the Afghans, are the propers. Then they adopted the Arab customs, but they had to make it their own. They don't keep our Shabbat, but they keep their own type of Shabbat. They close down on Sundays, intermarrying with our queens, who are genuine Arabs. A genuine Arab is an Arab proper, but I'm talking first king of Yemen. And his son, Yarub, is the first person who spoke Arabic, right? Which reveals the connection with the Arabic and the Hebrew, but the Arabic is you in its original form, spoken by Joktan's son, Katan's son, who is the first king of Yemen. And after this corporation finished, getting a hold on their indigenous Negroes, Saracens at home, they go other places like Philippines and, like Vietnam, right? And my dad was in that Vietnam War like a lot of people, grandparents was fighting in some war, drafted and this and that, right? So what saved my father from, what could have been an early demise in that situation is that he was a trumpet player and couldn't nobody play taps like him in his regime. So instead of having him on the front line, murdering poor peoples, he was just with his trumpet, and anytime his friends died, he had to play that same tap song over and over again till it made him literally damn near out of his mind bone, He had to play tap so many times. His music is what saved his life in that situation. I'm just talking Vietnam, right? What was Vietnam about? Conflict in Haiti about? More Israelite, Saracen, what they call it, vanquishing. Cold War is a CIA proxy war. Well, I wonder who's behind that. Afghan, Nicaragua, the agua is the Hawa. The agua is the Hawa. The water You got that water. The agua. And then here they go in Yemen, right? So we're connected to Yemen flow. We've connected to Afghan flow. It's been a great journey, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, wow. Enemies are holding crafty converse against you, man. They've taken counsel against the Most High's treasure one. They have said, come and let us cut them off for being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Now Israel is subjugated in perpetual slavery. Kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities now go to the descendants, the successors, right? All for their profit. Hey, by having secured this said faculty, the said King Alfonso, by his authority, aforesaid Infante justly and lawfully has acquired and possessed and does possess these islands, boss, these lands, boss, we talking America, right? Harbors and seas. And they do of right belong and pertain to King Alfonso and his successors, or we're just talking about descendants, God. Descendants. You know what I mean? So we are descendants of this battle, of this constant fighting. And again, you couldn't have been no slave if you are these people, these Nagas, fighting in the Ghost Dance War. The Sioux Indian War, the Texas Indian War, Eastern Nevada Expedition, Mexico, Philippines, Texas, Barbary, which is Swan Night Connection. Back to the Chickamauga, right? The Comsay flow. Interesting, man. The same author that we were reading last time. Look at the Comsay flow, the book, the Comsay, and the Prophet of the West, right? He's making strong connections, with this Israel Indian connection, man. And he's connecting the Israel Indian with obviously America. Here it says the second volume, or the Israel Era of the History of Ancient America. How many of y'all knew there was an Israel era of the history of ancient America before? How many people talking about the Israel era, not the Jewish era? They would have called it that, but this is Israelites. And he didn't go back in the BCs. He went to 1800s, the Comsay, Chickamauga, Indian Wars. And in his own slick way is weaving in the fact that this is Israel, that these are Israelites in the 1800s. So when I'm talking about, what I'm saying, the Comsay's war, other scholars are doing the work for us. They've already connected, what I'm saying, James Adair's already connected the Indians with Israelites. That was one of their, again, famous questions is where did the Israelites go? Where were they scattered? And where did you ancient Americans come from? Those were the two major fundamental questions in scholarship, period, man. So where did the 12 tribes go, and where did the ancient Americans come from? Like who peopled the original America? And when they combine those questions, they realize, wherever these Israelites were scattered must be the same people that peopled indigenous ancient America. So when America realized they've been at war against Israel, of course they, behind the scenes, already know, but when the average so-called American that's wearing our titles so proudly, when they realize that their red, white, and blue was all about the destruction of the Most High's seed, to this day, the curse that comes with that. And then you're going to see how righteous they really are when it's time to give stuff back and say, yo, we need to give that land back. Hell no, my family been on this land since 1904. Yeah, you recent IJ. You must be taking our possessions as descendants. You must be following the papal bull Dum Diversis to a T, converting our things to your profit. Now, when it's time to give it back to the righteous, when it's time for you to be righteous and give it back, will you give it back? Will you give our things back? Who's going to help us? Who's going to assist us? Who's going to save their own soul? Because if you keep all this blood on your hands, that's up to you. If you give it back, perhaps you can have a conversation with the Most High Power, but I don't know. I can't guarantee you that. It's about how you rock it. It's about the code you keep it, right? Yeah, they wanted to convert everything to their profit. Tecumseh, Israel era, or the history of ancient America. Tecumseh and the Prophet of the West. An historical Israel Indian tragedy by George Jones. It must be a tragedy to massacre the seed of Israel, the seed of Jerusalem. It must be a real tragedy to massacre Israel. Israelites in real time, take their lands, call yourselves Americans, now you're the descendants. I mean, just dig on this dedication by George Jones. In the beginning of the book, he says, having therefore received the special permission of your Royal Highness to dedicate this historical tragedy to the protection of the Duke of Cambridge. Remember, they stole your dukedom, right? I do so with pride, sanctioned even by humility, feeling assured that should it not meet the full expectations which an original theme naturally creates, it will be attributed not to any want of enthusiasm, but to the exalted character of the subject. Exalted character of the subject, Managa. This book is called Tecumseh and the Prophet of the West. Israel Indian tragedy. So the subject is Israel. The subject is this Israelite priest king, who is Tecumseh, which is the, main subject of this Israel Indian tragedy. So who's Tecumseh? Could your invasion have been this recent? Could the invasion of Israel have been this recent, should I say? If I say Indian, the Indians got invaded in, 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue. Well, we just went through 1452, Papal Bulldog. Ravishing mammals issue Vatican papals, tricking Adam and Eve to bite the Vatican apple, right? So, 1452, 1492, all the way up into 1812, all through the 1800s, 1900s, they're still going through Indian wars, which is an Israel problem. It's an Israel-Indian tragedy, not a Jewish thing. These aren't Jews that's being rolled up on in America. This is Indians, right? Israelites. In India Superior. So-called America, Asia Major, Grand Tartaria. Does North America exist, both? Remember that. Let's go. So he's approaching this with humility, feeling assured that it should not meet the full expectations which an original theme naturally creates will be attributed not to the one of enthusiasm, but to the exalted character of the subject, which, like the electric flash, while it illuminates the darkest caverns of your brain. You remember you remember they took the light? Remember that old Virginia delegates? You know, they took the light out of your mind, boy. The light is the dragon. Get Presto 114, right? So now they're talking about illuminating the darkest caverns of the brain. Often has the power to blind perception. Yet, if any points of character, human character could arouse the free mind and call forth the brilliant energies of the poet and historian, it is those of patriotism and honor, love of native land. We're talking to Kumse. And its attendant inspiring qualities belong not alone to the plains of Marathon, the Roman form, to the Isles of Albion, or the hills of Switzerland. I told you they have a crafty council in Switzerland, man. They are found in all their pristine powers in the deep forest of the West. Why not? Where on earth are the deep forests of the West? Another's book is called Tecumseh and the Prophet of the West, where in historical Israel-Indian tragedy. So we're talking Indians, we're talking America, right? We're talking Indian superior folks, pristine powers in the deep forests of the West. And if Militates, Camillus, Caractacus, and Alfred of the glorious William Tell, are worthy of the imitation of posterity, then to the latest age will live the noble character of Tecumseh of Indiana. Yeah, we're talking Indianapolis, right? We're talking the king of the Indians in Indiana, right? And remember we talked about that cube that the Ishmaelites are walking around in Indiana, right? Who's surfing away? Back to the little ice age. God. So is this why they put that cube in Indiana? So they're walking around the cube. Now Ishmaelites are migrating. Arab pretenders are migrating, right? And they what? They ended up joining the Kentuckians because they migrated to Kentucky, right? You see clearly it? And they joined against the Kumse and them. The Kentuckians are fighting against the Chickamauga and them. All this, man. So the Ishmaelites are coming in to fight against us. And the other jabronis are making treaties of peace and friendship against us Nagas, man. I think we're beginning to see clearly. So this was his dedication, graced by being permitted to dedicate my fervent illustration of such a chief, Tecumseh, the noble character, right? So if he's a noble character, we're talking a righteous Khan. And he's just giving honor, like I'm just honored to, bring this noble character, what I'm saying, in this pristine power in the deep forest of the West to your Royal Highness. I remain in all honor and duty, Prince, and with permission, subscribe myself, your Royal Highness's most trusty and gratefully obliged, George Jones. 1844, he wasn't over here bull crapping, man. Because in 1811, it's the Kumse War. So he's chronicling something fresh in the heartbone of things, as in 1844, we in Texas Indian Wars. Now we got the Kahawa popping off. Joseph and them, right? He's in the midst of the clash, giving us interesting chronicle, and he actually broke it down like a theater type of one too. It's a great book. Go get the link. You know what I'm saying? But he breaks it into like a theater flow. Oh wow, let's check this out. The preface, right? As this is the first time that an historical tragedy upon the northern aborigines, copper color races found here, boys, of the Western Hemisphere has been presented to the European public. Whoa. So this is 1844. This is the first time that they're hearing about the truth about what this Tecumseh is representing. Not as no savage Indian in savage Indian war, but as Israelites fighting in battle against the hijack. He's painting a picture in 1844, and our own brothers is acting like this is some type of metaphor, mythologies, and oh, you niggas just got the white man's book. Man, what? These indigenous people are us. Are you gonna fight that? Are you gonna fight the code they were keeping? You gonna say that they were just black people, part of some black unity, when their own brothers was making treaties of peace and friendship on the Chickamauga, who was separating from these hijacks that wanted to turn back and turn cold
Body bag.
and massacre their own people, their own brothers. And you want to Moor us up today? You want to Islam us up today? And not give us the true, real spill, real drop? 360-degree dragonfly perspective?
Body
You want us to
bag.
get you at 33 degrees, huh? Not have our 360.
Make sure y'all
Nah, boss.
subscribe.
Nah, boss. As this was the first time that an historical tragedy upon the northern aborigines of the Western Hemisphere has been presented to the European public, because the private know, the term, quote, original will not be considered misapplied in its title. Talking originals. The compounding of the words Israel, listen up. To tell you the story, George Jones has to bring the words Israel and Indian together. That's what makes this power so pristine. When you have a dragonfly perspective, as we've all praised the Creator, been on this wave where these paths meet. We've been on these dragon lines. God, you see the receipts, right? You've been surfing the wave since the top the balcony, right? So we have indigenous truth. We stay on that. We have our Israelite code, our flow. We stay talking about our biblical, truth that connects to our indigenous truth, our Tanakh truth, Torah truth that connects to our indigenous truth, what the Mormons like to, split off with and twist up, But they keep the indigenous in play, what I'm saying? The Mormons keep these Nephites and Lamanites in play, right? They keep the indigenous America in play. Christians throw it out, right? So Christians came in the name of Christianity, right? In the name of Jesus, to erase all connection of your indigenous connection with your original power, right? So we keep the indigenous truth in play as it correlates to the biblical scriptures and codes that was already being kept right here in India Superior. We keep our frequency and flow, 432. We keep that 9 flow flowing, you know what I'm saying? And of course, Managa, we keep our orientation, you know what I mean? It's been no secret. This is how, all praise to Allah, this is how we've been flowing with Sister Tip Top. And if you have learned to flow in a similar cadence, then allow Allah, you know what I'm saying? So they are telling you to your face that they combine the words, they've compounded the words Israel and Indian into Israel Indian. You can only do that if the Indians are the Israelites. Body bag for the illusion.
Make sure y'all like
1844. This is not me trying to go against the Out of Africa theory in 2023. This is 1844. Their people letting you know that these Indians are Israelites. Now you gotta say, who's the copper colored races found here, boss?
body bag.
Huh? Israel Indian would be more scholastic, but I have preferred the blending of the two words without abbreviation, that the meaning should be instantly understood. For I desire that this composition should be regarded as a link in my chain of, quote, the history of ancient America. This is the link in this scholar's chain to combine Israel and Indian as he investigates the history of ancient America. Can we talk Galelus now? Can we talk Sylvanus Totaxis and the Totax and Israel the third, the fourth, the fifth? Can we talk Ramani? You want to talk Grapevines? You want to talk the Mongol flow? We get back in the game. Let's go. I'm just, connected, man. We're just connecting. So this scholar has combined Israel, Indian into Israel, Indian, like African American, right? Israel, Indian, more scholastic. Let's be scholastic. Regarding his link in his chain of the history of ancient America, the link between Tyrian and Israel, errors, so far as the oratory of the latter race is concerned, and which has been alluded to in the volume itself. Issue. Israel Indians, right, okay. So let's keep all this in play. We're just talking to Kumse. Israel-Indian wars, my nigga. The Kumse's War of 1812. But somebody got a time machine. Somebody is playing with the timeline. Somebody got their head nice and high. They are lifting up their head, right?
Who do you see on Ranger's jacket? Time.
And they that hate thee have lifted up their head, they hold crafty converse against your people and take counsel against your treasure ones. And they have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel, Indian, Israel, Indian, may be no more remembrance. You don't know you an Indian, and you don't know you an Israelite. Damn, they did it, y'all. They did it. I gotta convince my niggas that they from here. Originally, because they were just found here. We're talking Aborigines, Israel, Indian, copper color races, found here by the Europeans. Damn.
Look it up.
Israel ending. Tecumseh. Yeah.
Chickamauga.
We gotta convince Israel that they're Israel, not going after the powers of these other tribes, being adulterous. Because you went a long time without a king, without a God. But you're supposed to return, Israel. Seek the Creator, Israel. Keep the code, Israel. And search for Prester John. Search for King David, who is an immortal shepherd. One shepherd, Ezekiel 34. One shepherd, Ezekiel 37. Whom I will raise up, Jeremiah 30. Firstborn, Psalms 89. This is who they made the Confederacy against, right? Because they consulted together with one consent against you do they make a covenant. So we went from our covenant to their covenant. The tents of Edom, the Ishmaelites. Come on, y'all. You're not even Arab proper. Stop it, man. Stop the play. You're not even of Arab stock. Yeah, you come from Abraham, but that don't make you Arab stock. Arab stock is Baruch of the seeds of Abraham. Ishmael still got some Baruch, but he didn't get the Baruch, and this is what it all is, hovering around. They want to fight for the blessings, right? The land. They want to fight you because they hate you. And they hate you because they hate Hawa. They hate the Creator. And they that hated you, that hate you to this day, have lifted up their head bone. And they look just like us, and that's how it popped off from the top. So for the Makos bringing this out, really putting the timelines into question as to when all this is happening, and did this Genghis Khan war happen in the 1200s, or is it just happening in the 1800s in the Tecumseh War? In the Chickamauga War. Because right when this corporation is talking about being independent from Black Britain and Black royalty of Europe, they go to war against the Israelites, against Israel. And who is on the front line, meets them face to face for the first dang near 20 years? Come on, it's the Chickamauga. The same Chickamauga that the Tecumseh is rocking with. The same Chickamauga Dragon Canoe is rocking with. The same group that's separated from the greater body because the majority wanted to make treaties. And now you got 1778, Treaty of Pieces and Friendships. On the headbone of the originals. Roof. Okay. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, was that? Is that 1778? I mean, let's try to be specific here, man. Oh yeah, it was definitely revised. The Tripoli situation, right? this got it starting right around 1777, even if it wasn't finalized until 1786 officially. The Treaty of Morocco. More. Wiki got it started in 1777. The Moroccan Sultan Mohammed III included the United States in the list of countries to which Morocco's ports were open. The more with Hillary Clinton saying, man, we owe Morocco to giving us first recognition. But this Morocco, even if they were black, weren't your type of black, you know? They were more like this type of black. Holy Roman and Charles V type of black. Hijacking the Inca type of black. They were more like this type of black. Genghis Khan black. You know what I'm saying? So the negotiations and all this, hey, you know, our ports are open to you, friendly business with these Moors, whether we're talking Morocco in Africa or that Africa, or we're talking about northwest of Maxim Africa, Morocco here, right? We got maps with Morocco here too, right? Where did it begin? Either way. Either way. Morocco's doing business with the hijack under the Moroccan Sultan Mohammed III. Morocco thus became the first country whose head of state publicly recognized newly independent United States corporation. Now out of this corporation, you got all their alphabet gangs, you got all their boroughs of this, boroughs of that. And this Morocco, this Moorish shield, they still try to play like they got some breath in there. Why? How can you be this invaded and still have your Moorish treaties being upheld? Unless behind the scenes they still looking just like you. Come on. Relations were formalized with Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, which was negotiated by Thomas Barclay at Marrakesh, signed by American diplomats in Europe, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, with Sultan Mohammed III in 1776. So, stop right there. I know it's a lot to digest. December 1777. 1777. If the Moors are making treaties with the United States, being friendly in 1777, as the pinnacle of the Chickamauga Wars popping off, and even before 1776, there were already skirmishes, but all these treaties and land being given away, they had enough by then, man. They said, nah, we ain't giving away no more land, man. We ain't giving away no more land, man. So they went up, man. It went up, man. That's when they made their treaties official to strengthen the United States, so-called Americans, in their revolution. Because remember, you're going to be anti-American, right? There's not anti-Semitic in here, you know, I'm sorry. It's not anti-Semitic in here, man. But there is Shemitic, huh? But of course, now you're talking tribal, now you're just talking Shem. And if you're not connected at blood to Shem, then you're not Shemitic. They take the H off and you have Semitic. Gotcha. There's not anti-Semitic, but there's anti-American. And to be an anti-American literally means you are anti-revolution in America. Now, that's very generic because depending on what side you're on is your revolution. Them conquering us, invading us, vanquishing us, these Saracens, this is their revolution. Whether they use this credo in 1700s or 1400s, they were making a complete change. A revolution is like a complete change. So they're completely making a complete change, right? By invading, capturing, and vanquishing you, Managa, Saracens, right? Or just Israel. We're just making an Israel-Indian connection, right? Because it's a tragedy, Israel-Indian tragedy. But I'm just talking about red, ruddy, copper color you, right? Found here, anti-American will be someone opposed to America, which means you're opposed to the copper-colored Nagas found here, folks. So this Papa Boo was anti-American, right? In their definition of anti-American, they want to talk about the true interest or government of the United States. See, that's the hijack American. And now if you're anti the government, now you're anti-American because the government wants true revolution in America. But now when we rise up, we have revolutionaries, they're savages, and they just want to take them out, right? Tupac rise up, try to unite the gangs and the jails. Oh no, boss, that's a revolution. Nipsey Hussle rises up talking about the marathon, being independent in the neighborhood, independent in business. Oh no, boss, that's a revolution. They are anti-American. They are anti-revolution in America, unless the revolution suits them, right? Their interest, their government of the United States. And who's in cahoots with the United States? Morocco, 1777. Which means that they're anti-American. But now, if the Chickamauga rises up, if the Kumse rises up for a revolution, are you going to be anti this revolution too? If Nat Turner rises up, if Harriet Tubman rises up, you going to be anti that revolution too? If these Nagas today in 2023 rise up, are you going to be anti-American, boss? With your treaties? Are you going to be anti-Shem? Will you be anti a copper color racist found here, originals? That's what we want to know. That's what the tribe is trying to figure out. Are you anti our revolution? Or just you want to support your own treaties? Okay, it's kind of depicted as a black man, right? Okay. So again, the invasion of the Tartars and the Mongols as the unification of Russia under the rule of Novgorod Yaroslav dynasty of Georgy or Genghis Khan. Then comes in Batu Khan, and who they call Ivan Khalita, which is the same thing. So getting a piece of this, let's go. Above, we have already referred to the invasion of the Tartars and the Mongols as to the unification of Russia. See our analysis of the report written by a Hungarian missionary and contemporary of the events in question. This epic, the first half of the 14th century, 1300s, is the furthest we can trace documented history of Russia. It's the furthest they can trace documented history of the Rus is the early 1300s, my nugget. Okay. Genghis Khan invades Azerbaijan, 1202, they say. And the furthest they can go back to trace documented Russian history is the early 14th century, 1300s, after the compensation of the centenarian chronicle or chronological shift inherent in Russian history and discovered by the authors. The situation in Russia has largely resembled the chaos of independent principalities that had reigned over the entire Western Europe, with larger stately structures emerging therefrom. This process began in Russia, the first center to unite all the other Russian principalities around it had been Rostov the Great. Let us relate our reconstruction in more detail. Let's go. 2.1. Genghis Khan, Georgy, right? So I just want to kind of put some light on why we keep seeing this Georgia pop up when we research King David and Prester John and all that. Now, it could be connected with Georgy Genghis or the original George or Georgy, which is a George connected with the Hebrew Israelite flow. You know, Genghis is not the first George, right? He's taking these titles. So don't just think George bad. Nah, George is also a title and also has righteous kings connected to the title George. Genghis, right? They say they can only trace documented root history to the early 1300s. And here you have early 1300s, 1302, Exilarch David, the sixth Soslin of Babylon and George, right? Now, has this any connection with Georgia Genghis? We're talking Babylon. They're exilarchs in captivity. These are the leaders during captivity. Whose captivity? Are we just talking Georgie, right? Okay. His original in the 14th century is Yuri or Georgy Danilovich of Moscow. And Moscow is also another derivation of Moses or Moshe, Moscow, Moses. All this connects back to the Mosop, the founder, Byzantine flow, or, you know, Cappadocia flow, Khazaria flow, original Hebrew cons, you know what I'm saying, located in these Asias, right? So 1318, the great prince Georgy Danilovich equals Genghis Khan. This is their theory. I'm just surfing away with these, you know, chronographers, chronology experts, all right? So 1318, the great prince Georgy Danilovich Genghis Khan ascended to the Rostov throne in the territory that would later become Vladimir and Zhud Russia. His phantom duplicates are Prince Georgy Vasilovich from the alleged 13th century Yuri Dolgoroki of Rostov and the alleged 12th century Mustalov Odalao, I'm doing my best, the daring brother and co-ruler of Yaroslav the Wise in the alleged 11th century. Got it. So Georgy Danilevich, Genghis Khan initiates the unification of Russia. He captures the Volga region first, proceeds to move to the west step by step. The details of this conquest aren't known to us all that well, but their significance isn't all that great. Romanovian historians have stretched this period of conquest over several decades. It had become a great deal shorter. In reality, the above-mentioned evidence from the part of the Hungarian observer is a lot more realistic chronologically. It makes more sense. In general, the unification process in question is known to us nowadays as the, quote, invasion of the Mongols and the Tartars from the east. However, it must have looked like that to the chroniclers from Western Russia. Apparently, the Russian chronicles that had served as originals for the ones that have reached our age were of Polish or Ukrainian origin. It is a known fact in general that many Russian chronicles demonstrate distinct signs of the southwestern Russian dialect. One must pay attention to the fact that the old Russian, this is why we spend so long talking about Russia and the Rus. So when I say Rus, you know what I'm talking about. The old Russian coat of arms, right? Used to depict St. George the Conqueror. Whoa. Hardly surprising considering how Georgy, aka Genghis Khan, had indeed been the founder of the great equals Mongolian Russian Empire. And now we can put it together. What the Rus look like? What Genghis is looking like? Why they would call themselves the Great Ones in this Indian-Israel tragedy. The treaties that are popping out 400 years later, still connecting them with the hijack. And Tecumseh, whom the hijack is being confederate against, Psalms 83. And the Chickamauga, who's separating from the greater body of the Cherokee, who wish to make peace. What kind of peace? Treaties of peace and friendships. Got it. They wish to make peace, and their peace means war. This is out the Yale Law School library. Their treaties of peace, it meant war, man. This is disgusting, man. We've read it plenty of times. I'll leave it for you to read. This is their treaty. The prisoners are not to be made slaves, right? So they can jam you up all day, but they can't enslave each other. So this was their moral shield. Like, it shields us from being enslaved in your jails today, because we're not supposed to be made slaves according to our treaty, and you have to honor it because we helped you take out Tecumseh. We helped you take out the Chickamauga. You gotta honor this treaty. This is horrible, man. All they do is come to each other's aid. If either party shall be at war with any nation, whatever, hey, Israel, whoever, take a prize belonging to that nation, there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either parties. The subjects shall set at liberty, and the effects returned to the owners. And if any goods, come on, man. The other party shall not take a commission from the enemy, nor fight under their colors, So these Moors couldn't help you today to fight against the hijack if they wanted to, because they're still under the treaties of peace with the enemy. This is how you sleep with the enemy. This is how you make peace with the enemy. The Chickamauga separated from these hijacks that wanted to make peace and friendship. So this group of so-called black people separated from the rest of these blacks that wanted to make black-ass treaties to this day. How much bloodshed is responsible because of your treaties with the enemy? Who let the doors open and who let the dogs out? How much bloodshed did you cause? You let them do all this, man. You let the doors open, man. These Seminole Wars, these Seminole were fighting side by side with the Comsay. So were the Creeks. So you see these Creek Wars, these were still the allies of the Chickamauga, man. How much bloodshed with your treaties did you cause? All this indigenous copper-colored cons fighting for righteousness in the Israel-Indian tragedy in ancient America. Now they're in Mexico because of you. Now they're in the Philippines because of you. They in Vietnam and Korea because of you. They in Afghanistan. They in Yemen because of you. Fighting against the Arab proper. Tribes of Benjamin, the Afghan flow. And they cut it off here, but we can keep going, right? We can keep it going. 2023, we can keep it going. The war on drugs was against you. Yeah. All this brutality every day against the Nagas, man. Now they want to talk about Nagas being kidnapped in Mexico just so that you don't even think about going to Mexico, right? No, they don't want you even.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Stay tuned. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. I got more to share with y'all. And if you're just tuning in, make sure you like and subscribe. Let's give it about 5-10 minutes. You can go ahead and backtrack, listen to what I already uploaded, and there will be more for me to share with you soon. Thank you. And if you're just tuning in, we have about 5 minutes more. I got some fire for you guys. If you didn't touch back, I would highly recommend you going back and just checking out what I got available for you guys. Thank you. All right, thank y'all for y'all patience. Let's get this started.
Any Prester John, interested investigation in Prester John number 41. If you ain't got that drop, man, we falling back. I know you saw the title. You like, oh shit, what's happening now, drop? Who's this doctor? Who's this Dr. Tracy such and such, man? Nah, man, it's all love. We keep it classy around here, and this is definitely a classic response to, a video, but it's also, a conglomerate of just coming together of information as well. But, really love the Dr. Tracy, you know what I mean? You got the title. Love the Dr. Tracy, man. Love to you, Doc. It's all good. It's all good. I'm going to go in a little bit, but it's all good because, you are, promoting, what I'm saying, some form of the drop, but it also seems like you are defending. And we're going to get to this defense. And I want to see what the position is. And we're going to get to what the purpose is. See, for us, it's not just information. When we talk about history, we're not talking about, some two-dimensional version of it that we're learning in public school. We're not doctors and such and such. We're not the scholastic scholars of the universities. The frequency we are on is an ancient love song. So it's coming out of Drop Nation. And I know you featured a video from 2016 because Drop Nation been putting in that work. We've been digging on it. We've been building up our resources, our community to come together in order to put the investigation together. So when we talk about King James, We're not spitballing. We're not pointing a finger and this and this. We're coming at it as the indigenous, autochthonous, aboriginal, indigenous, original, copper-colored Naga, Negro, so-called African American, that is the Indian in this land, the original indigenous of this land that was colonized. See, so when you point out a video about our colonization in defense of King James, I think you're missing the whole doggone point. And so this video is more for clarity, not to rebuttal anything, just for clarification purposes. Because it's about saying clear, because this is not information. This is not information. This is a vibration.
Make sure you like and subscribe.
So we have to vibe before we can really, you know what I'm saying, take something in. You know, you have to vibrate to it. When we talk King James, we know we are talking about a period of colonization, who someone is now claiming this throne in Scotland and claiming X, Y, and Z, authorizing this Biblios, syncretinizing documentation to put it, to give it back to these Hebrew Israelites right here in the Americas that's already been here. This is the Khan dynasty. Dr. Tracy, I'm talking to you. So our documents are repackaged and given back to us under the authority of this James. We overstand the Jacobite uprising. We understand what we were up against, even what James was up against with the English. Remember, this is a more on more war, Doc. You know, I know you brought up the complexion of King James. We're going to get on this. This is a more on more war, Doc. This war has to do with so-called swarthy people. And these swarthy people might be Hebrews on this side, Hebrews on that side. The swarthy people might be the seed of Jacob on one side, the seed of Esau on another side, because they are twins. I ain't talking white and black. I'm talking black and black twins. This is more or more, and Edom is dark, and Israel is so-called dark. They're all copper tone. King David is a copper tone brother. I know you mentioned the references to his lips and all this stuff. But see, this is not history. This is our family vibration. You know what I mean? We have to, as a family, as the Khans, as the Maru Khans, as the priesthood, we are realizing what happened within our family infighting. To you, it's just black people. To you, it's just, oh, you guys are talking about J.C. Ridpath, history of the United States. Nah, man, we're getting the dropout. We're getting the Moshe out. Because we knew that they just discovered us here. Told us that we're from Africa, you see. So these voyages here to colonize us here, we're coming from other so-called black people in other lands from other tribes. And y'all just got in where you fit in, Doc. But I know when you have a doctor in front of your name, it just gives you this illusion that you got to have knowledge, information over the vibration. But this is not a time for the knowledge, information. This is a time for the vibration, which is why you're featuring our drop. We're not chasing your drop to figure out what you got and what you discovered. You're digging on something that we discovered in 2016, Doc. 3 years ago, Doc. But you want to point out one dispute of whether James was on the boat or not? Whether he's on the boat in 1603? I told you, Doc, we keep it classy around here. I'm just venting because we put a lot of work into this, Doc, you know. You seem like a successful person, Doc. You're a doctor. But to bring up our drop, to do with our colonization by another so-called black man, whether you want to dispute that or not, talking tribal war, Doc. This has nothing to do with you. But you think it does, because you're a Doc. We're talking our tribal war. So even if we miss the mark, we're going to get to the Tau. We're going to get to the covenant. But looking back, I don't know if we missed the mark, Doc. So we're going to have to go back together and see what we're talking about and see why your video is only to refute whether or not King James literally took a voyage in 1603. Instead of digging on the colonization and the patents itself, you say allegedly he had these colonization paperwork. Allegedly, Doc, it's in the same source that you're featuring, Doc. You're going to feature the timelines, but not feature the actual drop that's in the book. You didn't even read from the book, Doc, but you got screenshots of the timeline, Doc, but not the screenshot of the book, because that's what we're getting on when we talk the patents. That's the body bag, the Hudson Bay. We're talking about the London Company. We're talking about the patents for longitude and latitude of our tribal land, Doc, from another melanated tribe, Doc. And it's been a more and more ever since, Doc. So this is very emotional, but we're keeping it classy. We're just talking Ania. We're going to get to you, Doc. Fall back in the classroom. Take a seat. Clearly, you in the classroom from 3 years ago. We're going to the future. Let's go. Catch up, Doc. We riding. I know y'all paying attention, and it's for a reason. Because of a vibration. Something led you to our video. Something led you to this drop. For you to feature two indigenous Israelites videos. You know, we are indigenous Israelites here. We are the Amaru Khan tribes of Israel right here. Right in the old world, Doc. By the way, Doc, this is the old world, Doc. Welcome. Welcome to the old world. This is where we're from. Now, before you disprove us, Doc, you might need some sources. I know you talk sources, and you say, hey, well, you know, how do you substantiate this source and this source? And based on the field of study, this source might not be substantiated as this source and primary source. Doc, just come with something, because you're digging on our sources that we brought out 3 years ago. But do you bring one source, Doc? Substantiated source that we can dig on, some type of, whether it's primary, secondary, some type of source to prove that King James couldn't have taken a voyage in 1603? Nah, he's just not too friendly with other people, and he probably wouldn't want to go on that boat. Come on, Doc, that's not a source. And it wouldn't be a big deal, Doc, if your entire video was not specifically, oh, some people think that he made this voyage in 1603. But that must be a mistake. If that wasn't your premise, Doc, I wouldn't even say nothing. But since your whole premise is we're making a mistake by thinking he made this voyage, well, show us some substantiating proof or some type of source he didn't or couldn't have. Even if he was coronated as king that year, doesn't mean he couldn't make a voyage, Doc. Were you there, Doc? Do you know, Doc? Well, if I have a theory, Doc, and you come to disprove that, you damn sure better come with a source, Doc. Because I'm not knocking on your wall to disprove you, and if I do, I better have a source. But you're coming over here saying he can't be on this voyage. He wouldn't do. Nah, this date is just because he was coronated. How do you know he didn't hop on a boat and see things, Doc? You don't. Just like I can't prove without a shadow of a doubt he was on that boat. But either way, he signed the patents for the people to get on the boats, Doc. Whether he's physically on the boat or not is irrelevant. If that document, these patents they hijacks on the boat to come hijack and invade and colonize our lands, Doc. This is not information. This is vibration, Doc. Welcome to the drop. If you want to be here, pull up a seat. We're just talking Ania. Get pressed to John 41, man. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, out the Drop Nation, man. We're gonna fall back. We're keeping it classy.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
It's a beautiful, chilly night on a warm, reflection of our ethers just shining through everybody. We feeling good. It's all good. A-Hop to the home team. That means love, Doc. A-Hop. That means love, Doc. I got love for you, Doc. It's all good. Let's rock. Anion, man. So, again, man, Anion was so important. Remember, because we just were digging on the mythical straits of Anion. Before that, we're just talking about the San Bernardino River, Doc. Get in the classroom. Pull up the seat, Doc. Let's go. We're just enjoying it, Doc. It's all good, Doc. You're welcome over here. You know what I mean? I just want you to see clearly from a perspective that's earthborn. You know what I mean? From an original perspective. I want you to understand why we do what we do. Why we're dropping this video or that video. It's not to bash King James and X, Y, and Z. It's to call out the bullshit. When we spot it and the wrinkles within the investigation, we can clearly see if this is the area of the hijack, then who signed the docs to get these people over here to patent a land that's not theirs, Doc? Because if it was theirs, they wouldn't have to patent it, Doc. If it was theirs, they wouldn't be signing treaties, Doc. Not with the invaders to help them come over here and colonize, but the problem, Doc, and it's no offense, but it's the trillness, it's the realness, Doc. Trill means too real, Doc. I gotta be too real with you, Doc. I gotta be trill, Doc. As a colonizer or descendant of a colonizer, you just don't see the colonization. So you missed the whole point. You missed the whole flow, Doc. Just to focus on one point of whether or not King James was physically on the boat in 1603, just to discredit us and just to, somehow, come to King James's rescue. You even say, I'm not trying to make it seem like he's perfect, Doc. Whether we all agree is one thing, but if you over here, at least here from my perspective, King James hijacked the shit out of the Israelites. King James is a Hebrew, but King James is not an Israelite. Some brothers link him with Jacob. That's cool, because they rock, they're connecting Jacobites. But when you dig on the Jacobites were actually fighting against the Picts. The Picts were fighting the Jacobites. The Jacobites were under James. James named himself Jacob. So he named himself Jacob. That doesn't mean he's of Jacob. So this is a lot of trickery when it goes on with James, man. But when you dig on the docs that we about to pull out in your own video, fair use, you use my joint. I didn't give you permission, but you used my joint. Whether you played it or not is another thing, because I would appreciate if you at least played it so that people can hear. But you just showed a bunch of screenshots all day. But it's all good, man. Copyright, man. Fair use, man. Fair use. It's all good.
Right.
We'll talk about it.
Make sure you like and subscribe.
Hold on, man. Where's my disclaimer? Fair use, man. Because we're going to talk about the video. We have every right to. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107. Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, Doc. So don't get in your feelings. Get out your feelings, Doc. It's not emotional for you. We're going through something, Doc. We as a people that are just waking up to a reality that we've been invaded on our own land and that we are the tribes of Israel right here in America. It's coming through us, Doc. It's an ancient love song. I'm going to show you what I mean in a minute. But for right now, it's fair use, So don't get in your feelings. We're just going to do some criticizing. You don't have to like it. But if you want to dig on it, since you chose to dig on it in the first place, this comes with the territory, Doc. We're going to make some comments, Doc. Matter of fact, I'm going to get on some comments real soon from Drop Nation. News reporting, teaching, scholarship, research. We're doing all this, Doc, all right? Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing non-profit educational, Doc. This is non-profit. We don't monetize this platform. We don't monetize our YouTube platform.
Make sure you
YouTube is not monetized. I get nothing. Alright, man. We just talking Prester John, man. First of all praise our Creator, man. This is, again, North, South America. And notice they got us over here on the so-called East now, right? So normally America would be over here. But this map that's in the British Museum, they said it was probably done in around 1530s. So they, are you on the east or the west? It's all about orientation. It appears that the Americas are the Far East. This is the Far East, man. All right. This is the West. You can see how Prester John had the whole block on lock because he was controlling what they call this, the Bering Strait situation, but it's really the Straits of Anion. And we connected Anion to Arnon in the scripture. Get that drop in Prester John 41. You fools be you of an understanding heart, hear, for I speak excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right things, righteousness. Oh, boss, no, because they abhor him that speaks uprightly. They don't like Big Mama, see? It ain't that they don't like you or me. They don't like your righteousness. They want to bring you down. They want to break you down. They want to try to expose every chink in your armor instead of building you up and giving you stronger armor as a real Khan would, as a real Khan should, as a real Ak would, as a real Ak should, as a real Aqua would, as a real Aqua should. Instead of making your armor stronger, they want to expose the weaknesses, expose the chinks, the holes, the imbalances, instead of building up a righteous armor in each other. They abhor, they hate you, but they don't hate you because you at the gate. Nah, it ain't you, Managi. Mama's at the gate, at the entry of the city, at the coming in of the doors, crying aloud. You thoughtless, understand prudence. You fools be of an understanding heart. Herefore I speak excellent things. And the opening of my lips shall be right things, for my mouth shall utter truth. And wickedness is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing perverse or crooked in them. What? All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. And they abhor him that speaks uprightly. Therefore, because you trample upon the poor and take from him exactions of wheat, you have built houses of hewn stone, but you shall not dwell in them. Or you build your house, your mansion, 3 stories high, but you shall not dwell in them. You planted pleasant vineyards, but you shall not drink wine thereof. For I know how manifold are your transgressions, and how mighty are your sins, you that afflict the just, that take a ransom, and that turn aside the needy and the gay. Therefore the prudent doth keep silence in such a time. Did Mama say to understand prudence? Thoughtless? You must be thoughtless, boy. Understand prudence. God. Therefore the prudent does keep silence in such a time, for it is an evil time. Don't it feel like this today? You know, something really resonated with this Amos 5 today, my nigga, you know what I mean? It's so relevant and it's so relative, because we are definitely in an evil time. But what should we do? Or why say see good? What does it mean to see good, Code Keeper? To seek righteousness. Whose righteousness? Proverbs chapter 8, verse 8, all the words of my mouth are in righteousness. We're talking Amah, her, wisdom, right? Understanding, because she is understanding. The fear for why is to hate evil. We're in evil times, so why say to seek good? What's good? Well, what's evil? Pride and arrogancy. You don't think you need to learn nothing. You think you got it all. You formed your opinion, right? You've come to your conclusion about life. Pride, arrogancy, the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate. Counsel is mine, sound wisdom and sound wisdom. You want sound wisdom or you want vain wisdom? You want strong counsel or weak counsel? I am understanding. Power is mine. Yeah. Yeah, mama, speak on it, mama. Okay. Okay, mama. Seek good. Man, you better seek your mama. And not evil, that you may live, God. And so, Hawa, the power of hosts, will be with you as you say. Hate the evil and love the good, and establish justice in the gate. It may be that Hawa, the power of hosts, will be gracious unto the remnant of Joseph. Therefore thus says Hawa, the power of hosts. Hawa, lamentation shall be in the broad places, and they shall say in all the streets, alas, alas. And they shall call the husbandmen to mourning, and proclaim lamentation to such as are skillful of wailing. And in all vineyards shall be lamentation, for I will pass through the midst of you. Says Hawa, woe unto you that desire the day of Hawa. Wherefore you have the day. Wherefore would you have the day of Hawa? It is darkness and not light, as if a man did flee from a lion, and a bear met him, and went into the house, and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him. Shall not the day of Hawa be darkness and not light? Even very dark, no brightness in it. Oh. He said, you sure you want this, man? You sure you wishing for this day of this darkness with no light? I despise your feast. Oh, you got your feast. Oh, okay. You an Israelite. You got your whole camp at the feast. Oh, okay, very nice. You know what? I despise your feast, and I take no delight in your solemn assemblies. You know why, man? Because you're still calling on idols. You're still going through a hijack. You're calling Yahweh Shai, some anointed that you are praising. After every prayer, you praise this idol, Jesus. Their anointing. Christ is a Greek term, man. You in the temples, you ain't worried about Hawa. You worried about all these vain, you know what I'm saying, what they call them, rituals, man. Somebody sent me that. They said rituals, drop. All these rituals, man. Catholic rituals, Muslim rituals, Christian rituals, Judaism rituals. What about just directly going to the Creator and you stop killing each other? That would be the greatest thing the Creator can ever accept. That would be a sacrifice of righteousness, wouldn't it? But you want to pop off however you want to pop off and make your vain offerings, your vain feast. You know what, man? You know what, Israel? I despise your feast. I take no delight in your solemn assemblies. Yea, though you offer me burnt offerings, meal offerings, I would not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beast. Okay, free Alfred from the slaughter. We don't need no more slaughter around here, man. Was not happy with your fat beast. Verse 23. Take thou away from me the noise of your songs, and let me not hear the melody of thy psalteries. But let justice well up as waters, and righteousness as a mighty stream. Did you bring unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? Asherah? Were you bringing me a bunch of sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness, man, for 40 years? So shall you take up Succoth your king, and Kion or Kion, your images, whoa, the star of your God, which you made to yourselves, the star of your God. But now, this is worth looking into a little further, because these entities, what I'm saying, that we don't really hear about often, this Sukkos and this, what they say here, Kawan or Kaiwan, your star god. Reading out the Barium, I'm looking at these different translations. Did you bring me sacrifices and offerings 40 years in the wilderness, O house of Israel? You're taking along Succoth, your king, and Kaiwan, Kaiwan, your star god. That's crazy. And they spell it with a Kaiwan. The idols you made for yourselves, therefore I will send you into exile beyond Damascus. So some spell it with Kayun, Kayyun. Others spell it with the Kawan. We just got it with the C, spelled with the CH. Ayu. And there's an interesting translation here, man. Let's see. One of these Saturn, I think it was. Oh, there we go. The International Standard Version, man. Let's read that one. And you carried the tent of your king and Saturn, right? So we have to dig for this one. It's the only one that says Saturn, calling it out by name. The other said the Kayun, right? King Kayun, the star of your God. So now we know we're talking specifically about Satan or Saturn, my nugget. Saturn, huh? That's crazy. Because the son of Saturn is Jupiter, according to their mythos. And Jupiter is their Jesus, who's the son of Saturn. I mean, okay. Your star, God, yeah, Star of Bethlehem, going crazy. idols that you crafted for yourself. See, that is a graven image. You know, for those that are confused what a graven image is, idols that are being crafted for the purpose of worshiping separate, completely separate from the creator of the earth and heaven, right? That would be a graven images because, you know, you are literally calling on death once you're doing that. You understand? Okay. Drawing a picture of a circle, a square, or a triangle. You know, drawing a picture of Frosty the Snowman. You know, it's not a graven image unless that's what's representing your idol and what you're praying to. And, you know, you're giving it power above all power. You know what I mean? Like, you're going crazy with Frosty. You know what I'm saying? So, Saturn, star god, idol, that's an idol. You get it? That's a graven image that's crafted, a likeness, right? Gotcha. Some calling out the Malak flow. Malak, we got Kaiwan, Saturn being called out. You know what I mean? Okay. It's just all we belly flopping that. Amos chapter 5. So, your feasts are nothing without righteousness. Oh, I don't need your sacrifice and offerings. I mean, did you do all that in the wilderness, man? Oh, I need your righteousness. Let's keep, you know, connecting with the righteous sacrifice. Psalm chapter 4. Psalm of David. Answer me when I call, O Hawa of my righteousness. Thou who didst set me free when I was in distress, be gracious unto me and hear my prayer. O you sons of men, how long shall my glory be put to shame? In that you love vanity and seek after falsehood. But know that Hawa has set apart the godly man as his own. Hawa will hear when I call unto him. This is King David Kandawee saying, look, man, Hawa's going to hear the godly man. We're talking about a code keeper, right? We're talking about the code that's being felt by Hawa, the frequency. Once you're in that frequency, Hawa can hear you. It's not just David. Hawa will hear the godly man, the godly sister. You know what I'm saying? Hawa will hear when I call unto him. Tremble and sin not. There you go. Con David's letting us know. Stop transgressing. Stop sinning. Get back in code. Look out for the Code Keeper series to continue. How many we do so far? 4 or 5? Y'all let me know, man. I think we on.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Let's keep this going.
I mean, we did adultery, covetous, false witnesses. I mean, we'll talk about honoring our frame and our shape, our mother and our father. You know, I know it seems simple, but clearly we have stopped giving honor to our Abba. And how can we honor? You know, in which ways, you know, what's the greatest way to honor our Abba? Whether you're talking about your earthly mother, father, you know, or as it says in the Picto Paleo and the Lost Lunar Stone in New Mexico, honor your father and mother above. Well, how do you honor your father and mother above? You keep the code, you sin not. Tremble and sin not. So you're gonna return with trembling after you stop sinning, right? Like I said in Hosea chapter 3. feel good to be back here. I never say how my week is going. I say how my strong is going. I'm not going into no weekend. I'm going into a strong beginning. So I feel good going into the strong beginning with you. X marks the spot. Hey, happy Shabbat. We did it again. Let's go. I mean, when you sin not, you come trembling, right? After being the harlot, all these idols we worship in that they calling out by name, the Pleiades and the Saturns and the Malaks, whatever, all these other ones, Kaiwans and all this stuff, man. Look, man, today we got the Jesus and the Muhammads and the this, all these other prophets we think we, are dedicated to. Man, we got one shepherd, that's Khan David, and it's right here in your face. But you don't connect to David until you return. We just read what? Sin not in Psalms chapter 4. Verse 5, tremble and sin not. Tremble. Well, I mean, when you stop playing the harlot, I say you ain't gonna be no man's wife, you're gonna be in solitary. So we've been in solitary. What does that mean? Can't nobody buy us out of this, right? Can't nobody, you wonder why no one help black people, man? Because no one can help you, especially the tribe of so-called black people that are Israel. You know what I'm saying? No one can help you, even other black people. Because the Moors done treaties of peace and friendship. In the treaty, they can't help you. They can't help the enemy of this government, man. They can't help us. Can't nobody help us. None of these guys you call them out can help you. Only the Creator. Only Allah. Verse 4. For the children of Israel shall sit solitary. No help, no communication. Is the Creator real? Oh no, because we don't know, right? Because we in solitary, right? Many days without a king you gone, without a prince, without a princess, without your royal connection, your royal image of you, without sacrifice. Oh, I don't need it, oh, I don't want it, right? Because you in solitary, without pillar, without ephod, teraphim. Afterwards shall the children of Israel return. That means you keep the code. Because you can't return without the code. No power before your power is rule number 1. No power before your power is rule number 1. And afterwards the children shall return. That means you keep and release rule number 1. At least no power before your power. You call them directly on the Creator like Khan David. Because you're trembling, right? Tremble and sin not. So you return because you sin not. You seek the Creator directly because you sin not. That's rule number 1 is to no power before your power. So you seek the Creator directly and King David. Tremble and sin not. So now you are connected back with your one shepherd. Ezekiel 37, Ezekiel 34, Jeremiah 30, verse 9. One shepherd, Psalm 89. One shepherd. But the shepherd needs a flock. God, that's you. That's you waking up. That's you returning. Sin not. Keep the code. Seek Hawa. Keep the code. And David, because you are connected with the priest king, then you shall come trembling. Tremble and sin not. Because now you have returned. You shall come trembling unto Hawa and his goodness. We just read about the goodness, right? So for us to seek good and not evil means you have been seeking the Creator directly, first and foremost, rule number one, then you can come trembling. In the end of days, the end of days, man, you are back trembling humbly, not in some fearful array of fear like they try to translate, but humbly trembling like, yo, like, I'm back in order with the Creator. I am humbled to be a child of the Most High Power. I'm humbled to have a shepherd that is forever. Khan David. I'm humbled to seek Hawa, to desire Hawa. I'm humbled to be a child of Israel, Hasharah, that is returned. I'm humbled to be the remnant. I am trembling. I am trembling and sinning not. I'm back in code. Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still. Ooh. Because some niggas don't like to try but with themselves, but they need to try but with themselves. Sometimes you need to commune with your own heart. Stop trying to, pour your heart on someone else or take someone else's heart, man. Commune with your own heart, man. This is King David telling you how he's calling on Hawa. I call him. I seek him direct. Tremble and sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still, my nigga. How you gonna be still if you spinning on a damn ball? How you gonna be still if you always, never resting at least on Shabbat? At least be still on Shabbat. Commune with your own heart. Tribe up with yourself. Then you can tribe up with everybody else. But if you never commune with your own heart, and I'm not just saying you spent time with yourself, I'm saying commune with your own heart, man. Really dig in there, man. Really see what's in there. I ain't talking about shadow work, man. I'm talking about your heart bone, man. What's in your heart? Offer the sacrifices of righteousness. When you talking about Albert, free Alfred. I ain't talking about Alfred, man. Free Alfred the sheep, man. Some people like to slaughter Alfred every year. Free Alfred from the slaughter, man. Baruch, Passat, you know what I'm saying? And we popping off a brand new year. I mean, for some niggas, it's going to get more gloomy. The world's a crazy place right now, but with the sacrifices of your righteousness, and it is a sacrifice to walk away from these idols that we think are righteous idols, like, all these religions and stuff. It is a sacrifice to be hijack free because you lose some friends or family sometimes. It's a difficult process kind of tearing away from these rituals, right? Same thing back then. It was hard for them when their whole families worshiping Saturn straight up, Moloch straight up, and all these gods straight up. They had to get out of that. It was hard for them too, It's a sacrifice to not, murder each other. Sometimes that's a sacrifice too, because you want that get back. There's a lot of vengeance out there. Everyone's playing tag, a daily game of tag, right? Everyone's keeping score. Ops smoking on this pack and that pack. It's hard to walk away and be looked down like you just, are weak or something, right? Like nobody want to be the weak. Nobody want to be the weak one, right? So that's a sacrifice. To sacrifice your ego and walk away and stop killing your brothers and sisters, like that's a sacrifice. These are sacrifices of righteousness, for real. So we putting our trust in Hawa. That's all we're supposed to be doing right now. After you have communed with your own heart and you are still, then you're ready to offer the sacrifices of righteousness. And this is the greatest you ever gonna get, because you being righteous, man, like mama, speaking all, upright things, that's the highest frequency you're gonna get. Slaughtering an animal ain't gonna get you there. All these other sacrifices ain't gonna get you there. That can take some of that heat off you for that bad karma that should be hitting you, but it's not going into that unblemished animal, That animal's taking a hit for you, man. But now you've taken a hit for you. You've been sacrificed. You've been slaughtered. Every day we being slaughtered. Every day we being slaughtered. All we got for a while is a sacrifice of righteousness. That means that you are doing whatever you gotta do to get back in code. And Exodus 20 got us in code. And rule number 1, my naga, that the one that got us here, the one that got us in solitary, is your harlotry, is your idolatry, is putting the power before Hawa, our power. Verse 6, Psalm chapter 4, offer the sacrifices of righteousness. Sacrifices of righteousness, because every code you keep is a sacrifice of righteousness. Put your trust in Hawa. Do you believe it? That with your sacrifice, with your righteousness, I know it's hard to keep the Shabbat. There's a lot going on, and Hijack City makes everything pop off on Shabbat. And don't nobody have no perfect record of perfect Shabbat keeping. But can we stop trampling the Shabbat? I get it, things happen, man, and sometimes people need help on the Shabbat, or sometimes, you got, something, that the family, got to do, what I mean? I'm not here to, make no judgment and say anybody's going to be 100, my nigga. I'm saying, can we stop trampling our Shabbat? Can we just at least be mindful of, okay, if I got to pop off for an hour or two, am I mindful enough to at least try to come home and close my gates for the rest of the day? You know what I'm saying? Like, start right there. Not like, okay, I'm trapped. It's not about trapping you, man. It's about you being able to commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still, man, with your family. You close your gates. 6 days, right? Friday, sundown to Saturday, sundown. And if, let's say, you only got 15 of those 24 hours, at some type of rest and meditation and commune with your community that starts within your own heart bone as you are still resting. If you only got 6 of that, 6 out that 24, that's a beginning. It's a sacrifice of righteousness, and you're on your way, and you have effectively stopped trampling Hawa's law, Hawa's code. A parent is going to let their child get away with some things from time to time, unless you got some real strict parents, but Hawaii is strict, but he let Israel slide with a lot. Even the harlotry, he let Israel slide with a lot before he had to slide on Israel, you know what I'm saying? So just keep trying, man, and stop trampling the code. Stop trampling it. Let's just start right there. That's our beginning. We're going to stop trampling. We ain't going to try to be judges on top of each other and no one's here to, tear anybody apart because everyone got to be perfect. Nah, it's just, let's agree to stop trampling Hawa's code. And if you get a few hours of the Shabbat, you got a few hours. If you got all 24, allow Hawa, you got all 24. Sundown to sundown, let's go. Offer the sacrifices of righteousness, verse 6, and put your trust in Hawa. Many there are that say, oh, that we could see some good. Hawa, lift thou up the light of your countenance upon us. Oh yeah, that greater light. That's that light on that first day when there was light before the sun was created on the fourth day. There was already light on the first day. My naga, see, that's the light of Hawa's countenance upon us. Thou hast put gladness in my heart, more than when their corn and their wine increase. In peace will I both lay me down and sleep. For thou, Hawa, makes me dwell alone in safety. That's Kanda. We ain't popping off, man. Is that where they got that from? Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. No, see, they getting that from Psalms chapter 4. In peace will I both lay me down and sleep. For Hawa, you Hawa, make me dwell alone in safety. All praise Hawa. Cause that's all a naga ever need. It's all a naga could ever want. It's Hawa's light, right? And we read in that Virginia House of Delegates that they've done everything to take our light away, to extinguish the capacity for us to see the light, is what they said in the Virginia House of Delegates. We've extinguished the light out the slave's mind. That means they've taken your power away. Hawa's greater light that shines on us, the countenance that lights upon us. Oh, that we could see some good. But in peace, I lay me down to sleep. For Hawa makes me dwell alone in safety. We'll do a dismount right here. Get it up with me, man. Let's hit up Deuteronomy 33. And I love this because this is all about the Baruch for the 12 tribes of Hasharah. And this is the blessing, the Baruchah. We're with Moses, the man of Hawa, Baruch, the children of Israel before his death. And he said, Hawa came from Sinai and rose from Seir, and to them he shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came from the myriads holy. At his right hand was a fiery law unto them. That's that dragon code, man. You already know, man. Yeah, he loves the people. All his holy ones, they are in thy hand. And they sit down at thy feet, receiving of thy words. Moshe commanded us a law, an inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. Hey, can I shout out the congregation, the cons of Jacob? And there was a king in Yeshurun or Hasharah. When the heads of the people were gathered, all the tribes of Israel together. Let Reuben live and not die, and that his men become few. And this for Judah. And he said, hear, Hawa, the voice of Judah. He wants Hawa to hear Judah's voice. That means Judah got to be in code, like King David, to hear Hawa's voice, for Hawa to hear Judah's voice, and bring him in unto his people. Come on. His hand shall contend for him. Judah got hands. You need to know this. But really, we're talking Hawa's hands that's going to contend for Judah. And thou shalt be a help against his adversaries. So Hawa's always going to be there, contending for Judah, against the adversaries of Judah. But Judah's got to be in code for Hawa to hear the voice of Judah. Let's go. And of Levi he said, Thy Thummim and thy Urim be with thy Holy One, whom thou did prove at Massah, and with whom thou did strive at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and of his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew he his own children, for they have observed your word and keep your covenant, and they shall teach Jacob your ordinances. We're talking the house of Levi. Stand up. And they shall teach Jacob your ordinances, and Israel your law, and they shall put incense before thee, and whole burnt offering upon thy altar. Baruch Hawah his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise up against him, and them that hate him, the haters, yeah, they that rise not again. Of Benjamin he said, the beloved of Hawah shall dwell in safety by him. He covereth him all the day, and he dwells between his shoulders. Yeah, we're talking about the sinless man, Benjamin. And of Joseph he said, Baruch of Hawah be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that couches beneath, and for the precious things of the fruits of the sun, and for the precious things of the yields of the moons, and for the tops of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the everlasting hills. Oh, we're talking Joseph. Let's go. Yosef, cool. And for the precious things of the earth and the fullness thereof, and the good will of him that dwelt in the bush. Let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the crown of his head, of him that is prince among his brethren. His firstling bullock majesty is his, and his horns are the horns of the wild ox, and with them he shall gore the peoples, all of them, even the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun he said, rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. They shall call peoples into the mountain. There shall they offer sacrifices of righteousness, my nigga. Uh-oh. We just got that in Psalm chapter 4. Huh? Yeah. Psalm chapter 4, verse 6, offer the sacrifices of righteousness and put your trust in Hawah. God. Yeah. I mean, I love when it all adds up. We're just talking mathematics. 1 + 1 = 3, right? Let's go. Offer the sacrifices of righteousness and put your trust in Hawah. Many there are that say, oh, that we could see some good. Hawah, lift up your light, the light of your countenance upon us. Thou hast put gladness in my heart. What's the good? There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck the abundance of the seas. What's the good, Manaka? What's Hawah's goodness? And the hidden treasures of the sand. What? What's good, Manaka? Zebulun pop off. Issachar pop off, man. We on Kum, man. The tribe of Hasherah on Kum. And of Gad he said, Baruch be he that enlargeth Gad. Uh-oh. He dwells as a lion. A lioness, man. I guarantee it's a lion in the old translation. But they out to the lioness. You know what I'm saying? Stand up. and tears the arm, yea, the crown of the head. And he chose a first part for himself, for there a portion of a ruler was reserved, and there came the heads of the people. He executed the righteousness of Hawa and his ordinances with Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp that leaps forth from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor, full of Baruch of Hawa, possesses thou the sea and the south. Which way south? And of Ashur he said, Baruch be Asher above sons. Let him be the favorite of his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil. Iron and brass shall be thy bars, and as thy days, so shall your strength be. And there is none like unto Hawa, O Israel, Asherah, who rides upon the heaven as thy help, as your help, and in his excellency on the skies. The eternal power is the dwelling place, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he thrust out the enemy from before thee, and said, destroy. And Israel dwells in safety. The fountain of Hawakwa, Jacob alone, the fountain of Jacob, in a land of corn and wine. We're talking the fountain of youth, but not. We're talking that water. Yea, his heavens drop down dew. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto you. Hey, Hawa got bars, man. Hawa got bars, man. Yea, his heaven dropped down dew. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto you. Alawa. Alawa. Verse 29, a people saved by Hawa. Who? By JC? Nah, man, nah. By any other idol, any son of any sons? No, man. You gotta return. Israel gotta return. Gotta seek Hawa. No power before your power. A people saved by Hawa. The shield of your help, my nigga. What did David say? My shield, my buckler. The shield of your help. And that is the sword of your excellency. Your unity is your greatest weapon. Being unified in code is the shield of Hawa's help. It is the sword of Hawa's excellency, man. The Excalibur sword, man. The sword of your excellency. And your enemies shall dwindle away before you, Israel. What did David say? Make my enemies my footstool, man. You see? You connecting? Deuteronomy 33. Back to the Psalms flow. Psalm of David. Yeah, his heaven dropped down dew. Happy art thou, Israel, who is like unto you. The shield of your help, and that is the sword of thy excellency. And your enemies shall dwindle away before thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. Tanakh, holy session. Allahu.
Make Make sure y'all like and subscribe. We're going to take a break. We're going to touch back within the next hour, 2 hours. So make sure y'all stay tuned. But before you go, I'm going to hit you with something. Just make sure y'all stay tuned.
Americans weren't the original people of this land. We actually took it from black people. We actually took it from black people. Everything we've been taught in the American education system is all a lie. Native Americans weren't the original people of this land. We actually took it from black people. We actually took it from black people. Everything we've been taught in the American education system is all a lie. Native Americans weren't the original people of this land. We actually took it from black people. We actually took it from black people. Everything we've been taught in the American education system is all a lie. Native Americans weren't the original people of this land. We actually took it from black people. We actually took it from black people. Everything we've been taught in the American education system is all a lie. Native Americans weren't the original people of this land. We actually took it from black people. We actually took it from black people.
And for those who just tuning in, please like and subscribe. We have about 45 minutes more. All right, and I do thank you for the ones who are staying tuned in. We have about 20 minutes more. Thank you.